you think, after 44 years?
Why not?
Yeah. Try. Upgrade, improve.
No. How about we work on this? It's an account that can be temporarily withdrawn from if immediately replaced. Give me your 5 calories. Here's another 5 calories. Right? We can baby steps. And then eventually, when you take me 5 calories, you will get 5 calories back within 20 minutes. You son of a bitch.
And when I smoked, our friends would come up and take it, you know, and then they would, no! No!
That was my puff.
Mine! Mine.
We could probably trace these things back to,
I know.
you know, there's one dolly, there's 3
You read the story.
there's 3 people,
Mm-hmm.
and a rock.
Mm-hmm.
I
There's 2 hot dogs divided 7 ways. Not, you know, doing some fractions at an early age. You know, smart kid.
I wish there was a little bit more hot dog, but there isn't.
Right. We each get to have slightly less than.
Can't you just name the last kid Remainder?
You're right, yeah. Oh, you're right.
Remainder always gets,
There's a third, and some guy.
and Remainder,
And remainder.
who's always like sickly and thin.
Remainder gets the little bit of banana that's at the bottom of the peel, the icky bubble of the banana.
Bananas can't have buttholes. They can't.
It's similar. It's like.
There is
Like
nothing.
an avocado. Have you seen an avocado? The bottom of an avocado? More like an umbilical cord.
Yeah, you might
belly
have.
button.
You might have a thing. I'm saying, because
More like a belly button.
few people look at a banana, possibly the most phallic shape in the fruit kingdom, and they look at that, and the last thing they think is that it has an anus. Mostly they think it's a giant penis. But who am I to reinterpret your reality?
Sometimes.
Everything, including avocados, as you see. But
Yes, avocados definitely have a
so the sequel to Everybody Poops is Everything Has a Butthole.
Yes.
Just show pictures of things, random things. Does this have a butthole?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
There it is.
Does this have a butthole? My goodness. So it
Surprise,
does.
surprise. It's inputs and outfits, sorry, sorry.
Do all inputs just basically count as buttholes? Is what I'm saying.
Sometimes they're the same.
Cloaca.
You're right. There's a word for that?
Yes. C-L-O-A.
Cloaca.
C-A. Cloaca. A single-use opening often found in birds, things like that.
Oh, yes, yeah.
But it's just
And eggs and everything.
it's a thing.
Event, yeah.
So if one nicknames their girlfriend Cloaca, it's probably not a sign of respect.
No.
It's probably not a high self-esteem.
It could be a term of endearment.
Could.
Could, but it may not be a sign of respect.
My multi-use hold. Wow. But it's scientific. So, with love. This is my new girl. Don't bother learning her name.
Chloe.
Her nickname.
Chloe.
And we're going with that. Did I ever show you the picture or the video? And It Stoned Me is the Van Morrison song.
Of course I know.
But the reason it's up there is James and his little grandson were playing, and the little grandson would jump in on the friggin', and it's stone me to my soul. Stone. Just screaming like just having a final time playing with Grandpa. It's my favorite version of that song.
Adorable.
They're really fun. You know the song?
Maybe on that list,
It was a pop song from 10 years ago. I'm still alive, but I'm barely breathing. Just praying to a God that I don't believe in. I got time while she got freedom. When a heart breaks, no, it don't break even. Best days will be some of my worst. Find the man who's gonna put her first. But I'm wide awake, she's sleeping. When a heart breaks, no, it don't break even. What am I supposed to do when the best part of me was always you? And what am I supposed to say when I'm all broke up and you're okay? And I'm falling to pieces.
That's too high for me. The third one.
I'm falling to pieces.
Oh, you know it.
that part.
I'm falling to pieces. I'm falling to pieces. I was just, what's that? What's your? Yeah, no, I was just throwing stuff on the list that people might not have heard before, so that when we're
Yeah.
sick and tired of the same old songs.
Right? I'm memorizing for the midnight time.
Would yesterday makes me wanna stay. What they say is sweet makes me wanna stay. Living on the house, guess I'm living like a mouse. All I got is time, got nothing just the right. Take time with a good hand, 'cause I likes to hear. Take time for the wounded hand, 'cause I likes to steal. Take time for the wounded hand, 'cause I likes to heal. I likes to steal. I'm half the man I used to be. I'm half the man I used to be. I feel as the dawn again. I'm half the man I used to be. Feel as the dawn again. I'm half the man I used to be. Half the man I used to be. Think I'll start a fire. Everybody gone. Jenny's got a gun. Think you're kind of neat, and she tells me I agree. Friends don't mean things, I'll leave it up to
sex type thing make this list?
No, actually.
It's a phone number.
So those two are mine.
Hey.
Actually, put the chords up to one of my songs. You know the song?
Yeah. And it kind of breaks down this like rappy thing at the end.
Not what I do.
Well, I don't do that part very well. Talking about gold diggers and other, I don't mention.
I have a careful version.
Okay,
Where I-
yes.
I completely respect the song as it was written and performed, and I think it's absolutely fantastic. And I also think that I should not be singing certain lyrics.
I should not either. Or anyone in this room.
Possibly you.
Maybe you.
What can we do for you?
Yeah?
Is that the
Okay,
deal?
okay.
Oh
Gotcha.
shit.
We have a winner.
So sometimes it's just a shot in the dark. Step one, he says, when you need to talk. He walks, he says, just a talk. He smiles politely back at you. You stare politely right on through some sort of window to your right. As he goes left and you stay right between the lines of fear and blame. You begun to wonder why you came. Where did I go wrong? I lost a friend somewhere along the bitterness, and I would have stayed up with you all night had I known how to sing. Was she just sitting there going, yeah?
Yeah,
Where's
those
the-
4 are gone. This is the red one. Here, it's 5. It's a saying.
I grabbed words off the internet. I did not necessarily.
I was saying that one. Most likely here.
You left it here. And I put it up on the.
Oh, that's where it went.
It went virtual.
You put it in the internet. No, I don't have it anymore.
Doesn't quite work that way.
Yes.
Wait. Killing floor. Do you know killing floor?
I don't know Killing Floor. It sounds like a PETA protest song.
There's killing moon. Ooh, I hope Bob comes and play around with this one. He's been doing the bass line to this.
Oh, nice.
It's really freaking fun when somebody does the bass line to this. It's all bass line. This one, man, if I can teach some of the bass line to this one, I'm so happy. I want that.
You know, a handful of bases. You probably know.
I know a
Two
handful.
hands.
Yeah, but I know bassists of different styles, and trying to find one that has the knack to play a song, but also wants to play that song.
Once upon a time, you dressed so fine, to feel the buzz alive in your pride. Didn't you?
I left this one here too. You put it in the internet.
They're probably up in the people shop.
Okay, I will.
Whatever words I say. See, because like that's.
Even when I say, hey, you just know.
We're breaking up.
I'll always love you.
Just, how about whatever words I say? I hate you.
I never want to see you again.
Yeah. Well, I can understand that. Well, I have radiation poisoning. I can never see you, but I love you. But I don't want you to become radioactive.
I need to go colonize the moon. I love you, but I can never see Mars.
My people need me.
Yes. I must go.
That'd be a great conversation. And some of these are definitely not my songs. As in, I never want to play them ever.
Yeah? What falls on this list? I'm
I
curious.
shouldn't say.
Can you whisper to me?
No, because Because there's a microphone.
You can text it to me, write it down.
I'll write it on the song lyrics that I put on the internet.
I have a suspicion about a couple.
Do you? There's some songs that other people really like, and I play them for other people, and I'm not.
Is it okay? Let me just do it. How about that?
169. You know what? I'm okay with that.
You're okay with that
I'm
one?
okay with that one.
How about?
170. No, I'm fine with that.
Okay,
one.
we see. Bad
No.
guess.
No,
Vote for two.
no. See, it's not the 70s country stuff.
No? Okay.
It's the
The ones that get played a lot.
yeah.
I want to know. I'm curious.
Well, okay. Like I probably don't need to play Watchtower or Already Gone or Angel from Montgomery.
Oh,
Yeah.
Bad Horizon.
I mean, but they're still fun. I like them. Some of it has to do with mood.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I wish I had some voice.
Who sings that song?
Great Big Sea. Love. Oh man. It's my theme song. You probably never heard it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying. Love me now while we're alive. It's the best thing we can do. We'll have no time upon cloud nine, so heaven on earth we'll have to do. I can sing like a bird and dance like a demon, and I do it all so well. I'm gonna deal with the devil, and when I die, I'm going straight to hell. Oh yeah, I'm going straight to hell. Standing at the crossroads, he offered me wine, women, and song. Riches, fame, and fortune in my hands from that day on. I was granted then and there a life of rock and roll, and it seemed like such a bargain for just one eternal soul. And I know I'll curse this damn decision, I'll regret it the moment I fall. But I'll be making the best of a bad situation when my numbers call. Love me now while we're alive, it's the best thing we can do. We'll have no time upon cloud nine, so heaven on earth we'll have to do. I can sing like a bird, dance like a demon, and I do it all so well. I'm gonna deal with the devil, and when I die, I'm going straight to hell. Oh yeah, I'm going straight to hell. Sometimes I fear I'll come out on top in this ill-conceived contract. There's nights I say it's a small price to pay for the life and times I've lacked. I say here's to the gents and ladies and the foolish times we spent. Because the afterlife in paradise every single second. Have a dance with the walking damned before my time is done. A deal is a deal, and I really doubt fire and brimstone will be much fun. So love me now while we're alive, it's the best thing we can do. Have no time upon cloud nine, heaven on earth we'll have to do. I can sing like a bird, dance like a demon, and I do it all so well. I'm gonna deal with the devil, and when I die, I'm going straight to hell. Oh yeah, I'm going straight to hell. I have every expectation my final prayers will go unheard. my veiled deathbed confession. God, you're the mighty Lord. I'm sure that I'll be sorry when you slam St. Peter's gate, but I'll dive right into damnation with a smile upon my face. So love me now while we're alone. I have no time upon cloud nine. Heaven on earth will have to do. I can sing like a bird, dance like a demon, and do it all so well. I made a deal with the devil, and when I die, I'm going straight to hell. Oh yeah, I'm going straight to hell. Oh yeah, I'm going straight to hell.
There you go.
Should play something devotional song next, probably too. For balance.
There you go. A devotion song. Holly came from Miami, FLA. Hitchhiked away across the USA. Plucked her eyebrows on the way. Shaved her legs and then he was a she. She said, hey babe, take a walk on the wild side. She said, hey honey, take a walk on the wild side. Candy came from out on the island. In the back room, she was everybody's darling. But she never lost her head, even when she was given head. She said, hey babe, take a walk on the wild side. She said, hey babe, take a walk on the wild side. And the girl sang, do 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 do. Little John never once gave it away. Everybody had to pay and pay. Hustle here, hustle there. He also said the place where he said, hey baby, take a walk on the wild side. I said, hey Joe, take a walk on the wild side. Sugar Plum Fairy came and hit the streets, looking for soul food and a place to eat. Went to the Apollo, should have seen them go, go, go. They said, hey sugar, take a walk on the wild side. I said, hey babe, take a walk on the wild side. Jackie's just speeding away. Thought she was James Dean for the day. Then again she had to crash. Valium would have helped that dash. She said, hey, take a walk on the wild side. I said, hey, take a walk on the wild side. And all the girls sang, do, 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 do. sit in line. Got your chin up high and you're feeling just fine, 'cause you do what you don't. But inside your heart, yeah, it's black and it's hard, it's cold. Just how deep do you, baby, when you bite the hand of the knees?
Should we go until the knees? You get up on your knees.
I do, and I just can't sing it right now.
Yeah.
It's a good.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a fun.
And it's, yeah, Head Like a Hole gets played a lot more than that one, so it's cool to dig a little deeper.
I think I got that one in there too. Probably.
Oh, definitely. I would bet. Huh?
Cool. This is too slow. You did such a good job on this.
Okay, we're gonna do this one.
I hope to. Hold on. Where is that guy?
He's busy. These people with lives.
You like Weezer?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
The Island in the Sun.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, yeah. I'll play it. Where's the big ol' Easter breakfast? Not needed.
What if
Easter brunch.
we make it an Easter brunch when
Yeah,
maybe Bob shows up?
yeah. That'd be awesome.
Just see what's available to fry up.
Just put all the things on the.
Put all the things, exactly.
Put all the stuff on the thing and then
That's its
Put it on
job.
your plate.
That's its job.
make it warm.
Have-
put it
have-
on your plate.
Okay,
and
the
eat.
British Empire. The British Empire survived on hot sweet tea, hot milky tea. Sorry.
Salute.
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 Which is not. It's a nickname because it's not really. It's what the British Army used to nickname hot sweet tea after the fake drink. So, but anyway, but also on the fry up, the Sunday morning fry up. with beans and tomato.
Bacon.
And tomato. It's that top part forever. Matter of fact, that bottom part's just a bridge. You're on holiday, and you can't find words to say. All the things that come to you, I wanna feel it too. On an island in the sun, we'll be playing having fun, and it makes me feel so fine. I can't control my. Stay there. Hip hip. Hip, hip. When you're gone, cold in the sea, you don't need no memory, just a place to call your own, drifting to the sun. On an island in the sun, and it makes me feel so fine. I can't control my brain. Second part. We'll run away together. We'll spend some time forever. We'll never feel bad anymore. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. On an island in the sun, we'll be playing and having fun, and it makes me feel so fine. I can't control my brain. We'll run away together. We'll spend some time forever. We'll never feel bad. Hip, hip. Hip, something like that.
You guys go about it.
And it's kind of jammy.
Yeah. So I've been to many bars in many countries throughout the world, and there's a couple songs I always hear, always, everywhere. And one of them is Mustang Sally. Everywhere. Oh, goodness. A little island, 2 hours away from a little island, in the middle of nowhere. Mustang Sally, Hotel California. These songs will always be playing somewhere. Forever.
I think oh shoot, who's the late night host? He used to be in Saturday Night Live. He's now Jesus. Wolf, come on. Seth Meyers? Yeah.
Yeah.
Some weird thing that seems like he was joking about like
erectile dysfunction commercials, like 7 guys gathered in a garage playing. Seven
Sally.
old, yeah, exactly.
Sally.
Exactly. That's where we're going. It was like 7 old dudes in a garage playing musician. Looks like an erectile dysfunction commercial. Yeah, guys, that's the Mustang sound. I was just like, yeah, that's it. I know those guys.
Let's not name names.
In a few more years, I'll be that guy. What? Banished.
18, 19.
Banished. Banished.
There's no shit.
No, I mean it's, but you're not just banished. You're banished. That's when you're in real. That's like that involves portcullises, dragons, and banished.
I don't know what I get.
Banished.
No.
But in the old days, banished.
No.
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 You don't get to refuse.
No. Like the 17-year-old girls, remember? No. It's not so. No.
I'll just give myself permission. Well, you can't.
I'm gonna unbanish myself, okay?
And good luck with that.
I'm unbanished.
I was trying to be. Oh man. And yet at the same time, every time I think about it, those 5 kids, or those 3 kids, totally worth it. So. Cause man, that first group that was swapping instruments, trading.
Michael Jackson and those guys.
Yeah, they're just fucking around. Still, like they were throwing down nicely. Come on.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Like they were
Talented and respectful.
and they were having the chat ahead of time. Just
Mhm.
you know.
I like watching that. The little.
Right.
You take
We're
this, I'll
not
take
we're
that.
not certain, and I'm like, okay, you're
You play this. I'll
at
play
least
that.
some of the people here know exactly what you're doing and appreciate what you're doing, you know, because that's not so easy. Well done, guys. And I don't care about respectful. I really,
Okay.
I don't, because I mean, so long as they don't break the gear and stuff. But they were making really good use of the. They were getting something out of it.
Definitely.
They're making really good stuff. And for that matter, Lovejoy found
Oh yeah.
those guys contacted, got the form, ran away, got it signed, like they worked their tail off,
They did.
and then they were like loud for me, but I'm okay.
Yeah, there's something great from in there.
She said they were so much fun.
I saw Dinosaur Jr. when I was 18, right up front in the pit, pushing my way with my boots, and then I saw Dinosaur Jr. when I was 38, and I was in the back with my earplugs shoved way in, thinking this is gonna cause permanent hearing damage. Permanent. I have to get out of here. Make it stop. So, 20 years, huh?
I have no problem telling Lovejoy Fountain that at the age of 50, I've got limited hearing damage I can take anymore. And as much as I want to support them, I don't want them to be the last thing I hear.
Right.
I mean, I want to support, I don't want to sacrifice.
Are you winning the performance game?
Nobody wins, nobody loses.
It's a benchmark for future games.
So long as we got at one point green and people made music, I'm happy.
Lister, walking up and down Sandy in my heels.
So if there are people who are into feet, and there are people who are into pain, are there people who are into people getting blisters in their feet?
I guarantee it. Google it.
Well, yes, I mean, first of all,
I guarantee it.
that's not, I mean, you're just betting on human nature.
Yes.
That's not a
Yes.
bet. I guess my question is more along the lines of what form does this take? Are they more interested in the let me reveal to you my blister, or the here's my pristine feet, but now I'm gonna do work in them all day. Oh, look how they're getting hard.
Making hollow bricks around
And
my heels.
oh, look, they're blistered now. Zoom. Kind of don't wanna, cause, well, you gotta feed into whatever their thing is, right? Like, what if they're totally into the, what if they're totally in the, into the medic aspect? The Neospore and on it. Yeah, don't you frown, maybe that's their thing.
I know, that's great.
You got all judgy. What are you doing to my blister? You're healing it, you fucker.
I just never thought the whole plain doctor thing was sexy.
There's, I mean,
Hospitals are
that's a
terrible,
major thing.
horrible, icky places.
I'm not denying.
Where one goes to die. Yeah.
This is not an argument.
Okay.
I'm not challenging, but I am saying that's kind of like saying I never thought stockings were a big deal, right? Like there's a gigantic portion of the people who are like, you know, doctor, nurse.
Yeah, I get
Yeah.
it. I understand how it might be enticing.
I tend to think a bit more of clinical, but that's the thing that works for those people. Like, yeah, clinical maybe. Yeah. Make it all scary, and stuff. Like the alien probe.
Right. White and sterile. Right?
That'd be another hard one to fulfill for people. That alien probe things. And that would require some.
Yes.
light
Some
show.
horse tranquilizers.
And,
Oh, okay.
and we went on camera. We went. Yes, yes. If you're looking for proof, right there. Horse tranquilizers. I was thinking a strobe light.
Oh.
I was thinking
Oh, you're so sweet.
you
You're
know,
so sweet.
a sliding mattress. Oh, you're floating. I think the rule is never tell Jenny your fantasy, because she might try and fulfill it for you.
So any fantasy.
But the
You
thing
get
is,
horse tranquilizers out. Yes, and you can do this.
I'm doing this for you. No, you didn't Shh. I just wanted the. No, you're getting the whole thing. I told you I thought clowns were sexy. I hired
No.
the Ringling Brothers.
No. They're not. Not afraid, just not.
Not even though. Do you want to see it? When it comes up, the Ringling.
I don't like.
But it's another version of the novel. It was originally.
I loved the book. It scared the shit out
I thought
of me.
that.
Scared the shit
I
out of
thought the first adaptation was okay. I'm hoping the second adaptation.
me.
They've had a lot of time to figure out.
His films often fall flat.
Yeah, but
Often.
this is one that they wanted to do so much that they wanted to do it right again. So I'm I took a look at the previews of, just looking for the beats for the style, and the trailers looked a lot more like what I felt like when I was reading the book.
Okay. If you can do something better than it, start.
No, I
Great. If
honestly.
you're just making another one.
Now don't get me wrong. I think Tim Curry's performance on a TV miniseries as Pennywise the Clown,
Yeah.
out of the park, but we're not going to get that.
Unless you.
And I'm actually okay with remakes. There's two kinds of remakes.
Okay, let's hear it.
There's the kind of remake, which is just obviously an attempt to
Make more money.
cash in on
Mhm.
the cash in.
Because people who are 20 haven't seen it.
Right.
Right, yeah.
Oh, let's make Spartacus with. So here's the deal. We used to joke. We used to sit around and bullshit. My friend Tony and I. It was like. I inherited this. He would bullshit the same thing from other people from before. He was a screenwriter. And it was, we'd be sitting in a coffee shop and we'd bullshit, recasting Spartacus, right? What? Here's the pitch. We'll redo Spartacus, and we'd name all the modern
Mhm.
young actors, right? And it was a total commentary on. And then they went and did it,
And then they did.
and then they went and did it again, right? And so it's like, yeah, not like everybody's looking for ideas. Now, one of the people that did it as a series, and it was actually pretty cool. There's some they decided to go for some interesting stuff. And I watched the first season. Unfortunately, the actor got leukemia.
Took a
But
break.
the series, well, yeah, and the series took,
Break today.
yeah, but the series continued without him, and big homage to him and everything, and it was pretty cool. I'm not saying it was like the original movie. Wow, Kirk Douglas turned out like that's incredible, but it was they went somewhere different with it. Right? They told a different story with it. I really liked it. At the same time, those cheap, they did the Magnificent Seven remake.
The original's perfect.
What's gonna top?
If the original was perfect, leave it be. You
What's
have to
gonna top
recognize when it's
Steve
perfect.
McQueen sitting across from Yul Brynner and the two of them trying to chew scenery on each other?
Right,
Steve,
him with the reins and him with the gun and yeah.
except Steve McQueen just totally winning.
Yes. You have to recognize when,
Respect.
yes, respect. There's a song called Killing. I never knew.
I wonder who put it there.
Don't know.
Do you recognize it?
Sounds like it looks like a blues song.
Hendrix.
Looks like a blues song.
Looks like a copier. Oh shit.
Oh.
Check Bob.
Oh. Bob's been busy.
That's what I think he's been doing. Look at that boy. Yes.
And that's 200, 180 or whatever.
That's what he did. That's what I'll do from now on. Okay, that's a good plan. Yeah, look at that. That's what he was spending this morning doing.
Wow.
There's
200,
provided for education, right?
200.
And personal use. Oh, yeah, we stripped down some.
Maybe somewhere.
Yeah.
No go on that.
No, there were mistakes.
Okay.
Now it's just a question of maintenance, right? Could add new stuff.
Oh, yeah. Can one who's not Bob add songs? Or
That's
only Bob?
no. That's what we're gonna work on today. We'll get a version. It's just an HTML file,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to figure out how I can host it so he's off the hook. Doesn't have to have any sort of stuff going on, and then also, like I did the rough input on a bunch of it. I also screwed up some of the data input. So yes, in theory, I could go, oh, you want this song? Add, done. I just gotta. There's a compile stage. But I do want to do that because I love the idea of just maintaining and growing and growing.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, that's wrong.
many, many mistakes I made. Instead. How do you feel?
Feel? Good.
How'd you move?
Mood.
You're allowed to move. Not a good.
We need a chart.
Oh,
I never can think of what the choices are. I'm usually fairly binary.
okay.
Good.
Is it slightly curved up or slightly curved down? The lips slightly curved up?
Slightly curved up.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's really just kind of two positions.
Content. How about content? Is
That's-
that a feeling?
Slightly,
not sure.
slightly curved up for me is you're content.
Content.
Things can go on like this. Slightly curved down is something should probably be tweaked if we're going to continue. Like maybe we just not butts.
Content.
What's that?
Content. Yes.
You need a
I need nothing.
two-player.
Yeah. There we go.
I have some. I'm just trying to think of it. Did you play Carcassonne? They even have a two-player version of that.
Yeah, it's a card game, right?
No, this is called Carcassonne the Castle. It's designed. It's been 8 years since I looked at it.
I can learn it if you can
No,
teach it.
I'm having to go back 8 years. But it was basically it's Carcassonne with a castle wall, and it helps to keep the thing from sprawling in two places.
Okay.
Because two players, you're both challenging in some sort of area.
Yes, there's no doubt. Who's in your way? It's you.
Should ask Brian what the really solid two-player games are. Rephrase that, what the really solid non-3-hour games are. Because I got some of those. I'll teach you miniatures games. Then you'll be a totally horrible nerd and you'll never be able to.
Never.
You'll
Never.
be ruined for good.
No.
You just won't do it.
I refuse.
Little men with dice? Come on, that's cool.
Sure. It's cool. It is cool. It's cool for you.
So Brian and his son
It's
came
cool
over.
for you.
Brian and his son Kintaro came over. We spent the day playing this really simple, fun miniatures game. Coming up with scenarios to either play with Kintaro or play against Kintaro or whatever. He was just having fun. And as a kid, he just kept rolling. He loves his undead warband. It's just the most evil people on the board. That's his. You know that if you look at the really ugly evil creatures, that belongs to the boys.
Of course.
Of
Of course.
course.
Of
Of
course. Of
course.
course.
That boy's been like more or less pretty much every 2 weeks
Yeah?
for his entire life. You know.
Are they gonna come here?
We used to.
About yeah.
We used to. Not sure. Probably not
I'm not sure what we're gonna work something out eventually. But it was funny. I was just thinking the other day. It's like,
Because the boy's older now.
It happens every day.
it happens every
Every
day.
day. We stay the same age, but those children
No,
keep getting older.
that's a phrase that we just must avoid.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You know?
Okay.
You know, I bet even Matthew McConaughey can't say that line anymore. Like if he said it now, you'd be like, oh, dude, creepy. I mean, before it was creepy, and the character now it's like,
It's one of my favorite movies.
can I confess something?
Yes.
I don't think I've ever seen the whole thing. Not at one sitting. It's one of those movies that it's just like, it's always been on. I've seen it. I've strung it together over the years because I don't think I was ever in a group that sat down and said, we're watching this movie.
You have to watch that one and then the prequel, which just came out.
I did.
Yeah, everybody wants some about the college year, and a different group goes to college. It's about the night, or the 24 hours or 48 hours leading up to the first day of class. Another, another coming of age
Did you
tale.
see the one about the kids at camp? You know what I'm talking about?
White Hot Summer?
Yeah. Went Hot America. But did you see?
Then they did the series.
Did you see the series?
Yes. Delicious. I hope they make more, but I'm not sure if that's gonna happen. They may have milked it.
That series took little frickin' throwaway nuggets from 10 years ago and expanded them into entire plot. It was fun. Like that was a writing exercise and a half that I appreciated. And each one went in such a like you had the government conspiracy one. Like each subplot was so ridiculously easy and layered that was great. And in a weird way, it did Stranger Things better than Stranger Things. I have to rewatch Stranger the first season.
There's another season?
They're making a second season.
Okay.
Yeah.
I left you.
Well,
I don't know
because the
what
thing that happened is I watched Stranger Things.
Oh yeah, I devoured it.
But as I was devouring it, I was like, okay, I get it. I get that you're going for different styles. It's just one of the styles, the teenage romance subplot. Like the whole thing with the teenagers, I just hated because they were all horrible characters that deserved to die. Like they were just useless. The kids were fine and the adults were fine. The teenage
The teenagers were like Willy Wonka, and they just got swallowed into
There
the
was a
upside down
whole-
one by when they had it. Yes.
And there was a whole style thing of them being 80s teenagers who were idiots. And the entire time I'm like, yep, I don't like that part. You are all making decisions for which I feel. Okay. The rule is in horror movies, if you keep your head, do your job, you're working hard, you don't deserve to die. The second you goof up,
Have sex.
I'm okay with it. You shouldn't have to die if you have sex. But yeah,
In horror, it's a given.
I know. I wish it
If you become aroused, you're going to die.
I wish that wasn't the case. Mostly though, it's stupid people. Stupid people die in horror movies. I'm okay with that. See, that's so my music. I sit around all day playing this song.
Do you really?
I can barely say the words.
I grew up listening to this.
I'm not saying it's bad music, I'm saying I rarely get in the mood to sit down and play myself.
I'm saying I don't need to hear it again often.
There are songs that I can just play in my head. GF was the last thing.
Oh, did he do? I'm trying to learn guitar fingers.
Drop your ukulele. Show me a G chord. Because that's what I'm doing. That's my G. And I split on the third G splits. Okay, that's the big thing. The D is the little triangle at the bottom.
Which looks like G on the ukulele.
There's a reason.
Okay.
C is the one that slants sideways in the middle.
C looks like E minor on the ukulele. Okay, I'm serious.
However you gotta get there.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna do 3, because it's always easier just to, what's that?
G.
What's this one? C.
C. C. That's D. C. G.
T. C. G. So G splits. C slide, there slants in the middle.
Good. Helps my brain.
No, just a little.
It's moving
I
forward.
do the same thing. You know, looking at a basis going, like I can't read the entire fretboard backward in real time, but I can go, okay, we're in A. What are the 3 I need to know? What are the 3 basic positions? Okay,
Mhm.
right? So nobody's saying you're gonna be able to read.
The A diminished chord.
Right, but you will. Oh, that's all right.
That's an, yeah, the basic, the
Like,
basics.
you know. So, do me a favor, pick the highest string on the ukulele.
It's an A.
It's an A.
Why is that crazy?
How am I supposed to work? That's the next one.
C. And I have low G. G.
Which I prefer.
Yeah,
Waiver.
yeah. Should be standard.
Ever since I heard you do that, I went, oh, that's the way ukulele should work. Go back to the G.
Shit.
Rather than go, you got number 1, you got number 2, let's give you number 3.
Yeah, look, it's gotta be number 3. Okay. Trying harder.
Well, I don't think you can try, do you? Well, it must be this.
Lazy, lazy, lazy. Split. G. It's a C.
Much easier now.
There you go, enough freedom. kind of a faster bluegrassy version.
I'll try and follow.
Okay. Hey little girl, is your daddy home? Did he go and leave you all alone? Got a bad desire. Oh, I'm on fire. Tell me now, baby, is he good to you? Do he do to you the things I don't do? I can take you higher. Oh, I'm on fire. I'm just like somebody took a knife by the edge and gold, cut a 6-step valley through the middle of my soul. And I wake up with the sheets soaking wet and a freight train running through the middle of my head. And you cool my desire. Oh, I'm on fire again. Oh, I'm on fire. Oh, I'm on fire.
Eggs say the 24th.
Of April? It could be March, in which case you could still like give it a try, you know?
No. April.
How do you pronounce it?
April? April.
It's a combination of Port Orford and Credula. April.
even rolled with the keychain?
And missed part of it.
That's true. This goes from DD.
You getting hungry?
No,
Really?
never. I had a bite of this one. I'm hungry, but I don't want to make the food. So, lazy wins over hungry. Lazy wins. Lazy wins. Lazy always wins.
I didn't know lazy was an option.
You can lazy out and just knowing it.
But I will hungry.
Are you hungry? More importantly?
No.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Hmm? This is a super happy song. Children brought full of burning and girls all getting sick, puffing in the bathroom while their boyfriends pick up chicks. And darling, I'm lost. Thought I heard your voice that night in Fountain Square. The trash-filled streets made me wish you were there. And there was love in the basement where that woman used to lie, the sleeping bag. We weren't shared upon the floor most every night. And darling, I'm drunk, and everything you thought you had is turned to shit. We gotta lie, don't you dare forget that. And I have to. And I'm wasted. I can taste it. Don't look at me that way. And I'll be hanging from a rope, and I will haunt you like a ghost. If my old man was a fire, he burned out before I wake and be replaced for pints of whiskey, cigarettes, and outer space. And if somebody moves, and everything you thought you had would go to shit, you gotta lie, don't you ever forget that. And the road is on an airplane where the people looked like apes. When that man you once loved is gone, he's bombing East Japan. And don't fucking move, 'cause everything you thought over B would be on the uke. I used to know. Is that just a C chord with a B in it? Okay.
What's it? It means you're trying to make the lowest note a B, but often on string instruments you can't make the lowest note the B, so you're just trying to throw a B in
G, A, B, so B. C with the B. Doesn't sound right. Sounds like crap.
there. So play a C. Now play the C. Just play that one note. No, that's a
Just the B.
just. That's correct.
Okay, that's how it should
Yeah,
sound.
it's a transition.
Right.
I mean, you hang on
That's
there.
why I do that. Yeah, right, okay.
Well, that's touching the G.
It's in B.
Because what you're actually technically doing is A minor, A minor, A minor, A minor, A minor, A, G, G. You're just stabbing the G there. I mean, that's the G chord that's what you're actually doing. Right.
Cool.
It's just a little passing chord.
On the tour in India, people would like, oh, we're having a campfire. Why don't you play some music? I'm like, okay. And I played about 3 or 4 songs, like Killing Moon and that one. Like, do you know any happy songs?
Days Slaying Days.
I'm like, okay, I'll play Can't Help Falling in Love. I'll try not to throw up. That was the one. I think I had played Bad Moon Rising, Rod Ripple, and Killing Moon.
Oh, sorry. I broke it.
You did. No, there's no ways to hear that. That's what's in my limited. put 200. I said it. Are you supposed to fast on Easter or something?
You're supposed to find the energy to do the chores that you're supposed to instead of being lazy.
No, today on Easter you fast. I'm pretty sure.
What with all the chocolate bunnies and the big Easter Sunday?
No, that got perverted by.
Lent. Lent you fast.
Yeah, it's Lent, right?
Leading up to Easter. Today is the day when people go, yay, no more. Today
Starting today at sunrise or starting today like later? Right?
you're trying to get, for the first time in your life, you're trying to find God, if only to justify
Not making you breakfast.
your fat ass not wanting to cook. So my argument is chimichanga, microwavable chimichanga. It's
25 seconds.
it's the perfect solution.
5 second
It's
walk.
look, people make life too complex. The world gave us microwavable chimichangas for a reason, and it seems a shame not to take that gift from the world and say thank you. I will take this extra 10.
Would you like, how many gifts of the chimichanga would you like to appear
None.
in your lap? in
At
the
this
next
moment, none.
minute?
I'm fine.
0, 1, or 2.
There are days
Zero.
when there are zero. At this moment, zero. There are days when people, you just don't feel like cooking. I get it. I might feel like cooking later. I don't know. There's something about that bacon.
You ever realize when you're singing a song on camera that there's parts of it you really don't
Yes.
know? Okay.
When you get up on stage, you're like, oh, I don't like this song.
I know parts of it. Now I want a chimichanga.
That can't be right. There's got to be levels of cultural insensitivity. Hearing bad music leading to bad microwavable version. We're sorry. To the great people of.
Yeah.
Oh, what's wrong?
Today's.
I think.
Yeah, maybe some.
sleepy.
I'm not. I'm just trying to send you. No. I'm a big girl. I don't need naps.
I'm a very big guy and I occasionally need naps.
You could wish for me to piss off. You can just say, piss off. Piss off. Perhaps you can find a nicer way to say it.
I was gonna say that
Are you thinking of a nicer way to say it right now? No. No, you're trying to. No, you are.
Although one should probably have one of those chambered at all times. A nice way to say it.
Yeah. Do you have one in the chamber?
No.
Because then if you don't, then you end up saying
Yeah, I don't.
the other thing.
I don't say that. So you just can't. Yes.
The flowers will get the sneeze. Just fine. Keep going. Keep going.
It's one step away from chop. One step.
problems I feel bad for your son. I got 99 problems, but you ain't one. Tip my hat to the sun in the west. Feel the beat right in my chest. At the crossroads a second time, make the devil change his mind. It's a pound of flesh, but it's really a ton. 99 problems, but you ain't one. If you're having girl problems, I feel bad for your son. I got 99 problems, but you ain't one. 99 problems, but you ain't one. Like broken glass under my feet, I could lose my mind in this heat. Looking for the bride, but I don't want blood. I order the rain and I drink the flood. You can come inside, but you can't come. 99 problems, but you ain't born. If you have girl problems, I feel bad for your son. I got 99 problems, but you ain't one. 99 Hi, Bob.
Hey,
What's new and exciting?
I'm only 2 hours late.
Coffee? You don't do it.
No, I don't do that drug.
Herbal tea.
Alright, I think I'm gonna earn a Guinness here, so I'm gonna drink.
That's right.
I haven't had a beer for lunch.
Are there any?
I know.
I know somebody nicked one yesterday. I was kind of
Yeah.
cheesed.
2 pop.
Well. You're in luck. You're fine.
Getting no noise.
Which, in particular for you, shouldn't be.
Just gonna try that, you're gonna love it. Order this
What am I drinking?
stuff.
Where's it from? Places.
Indonesian and Singapore.
Indonesia and Singapore.
Uh-huh.
A strange combination.
Make me move. I can go over.
All of those things.
Well, guess what? I'm gonna live with it for the next month or so.
That's your guy that's traveling to Florida with you?
Yeah, because otherwise I just don't like that, do I?
What's that?
So I just don't like that, do I?
What are you hearing?
Too much trouble.
Oh, yeah.
Way too much trouble. second. No?
Oh, you killed all owls. What's it called?
Sandy Boulevard cappuccino.
But you used something.
Fancy,
It's fancy.
fancy.
And there was the cappuccino from India,
Indonesian.
Indonesia.
And some Safeway instant coffee.
It's the perfect combination. Leftover coffee from this morning, instant coffee. Indonesian cappuccino.
Not quite. That's okay.
Just slow it down a little, is all.
Yeah.
So what's the name of your brother's band project thing that is out?
Dramagination?
No, sorry, for the open mic, he's got a crowd, he's got people.
Oh, the Nut House Bar. It's Sunday night at the Nut House Bar in New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Hosted by Linda Long. Yeah, let's see here.
If I give you a GoPro,
I have a GoPro.
we should somehow be able to see Bob live. He's wearing.
I'll be nervous enough as it is. Maybe the third time.
That's not what I'm going for
It's,
at all.
no, it's kind of.
I'm so not going for nervous. I was so going for.
It's kind of weird because my brother apparently hasn't been going.
Oh.
I'll have to find out why, but he hasn't played drums in 6 weeks.
Quick question: is he okay? Like physically?
Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff going on. They're moving.
Totally fine. It's just sometimes when we get to this age, especially drummers, yeah, like the injury happens.
No, time out.
He's not your age.
Well, he's nearly my age, but you know, he was a pilot, not a drummer.
Okay.
So it's just an accident that he drums.
But he can still injure the bit of the body that.
Oh yeah, well you can injure all kinds of stuff at my age.
That's what I'm saying. The difference between, people who are playing and people who are not right now at our age tends to be, it's binary, and sometimes it can be huge.
Yeah, well, that's gonna hurt. He wants me to get an open E in there somewhere. Oops. Would help if, no, it is E, okay.
Nice.
That's what I'm kinda aiming at.
That's it.
That's all I gotta do is figure out how to do it regular. not that bad when you figure out how to keep from slapping on the frets. I don't have an easy way to adjust the action.
You sure?
Yeah, I have to shim.
But are you sure? Normally these guys have a truss rod. It's usually done by
Yeah, maybe.
this guy.
Yeah, but truss rods usually don't.
The whole point of it is that's
No,
just.
no, but I understand. But that's just the effect of straightness, really.
Okay.
So straightness is fine. So I just need to change the string height
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is,
or get used to it.
but that's part of the deal with the truss rod, right? Is it pushes them ever so slightly, ever so gently towards, which is like half.
Well,
That's one of the things you do when
yeah,
you're setting it up.
well, presumably you're going to lift it here and less here, right?
Yes,
You're going to
yes.
You're going to get a bend so that this is.
Yeah. So if you're getting a little rattle in the E string, which
Yeah.
is of course classic,
There we go.
right? Because it's so big, which doesn't sound like it's rattling.
Yeah.
But then maybe when you're playing here, yeah, I've got a couple guitars that
Some.
when I hit the intonation like here,
Yeah.
it'll rattle.
Yeah.
Buzz is really.
Okey-dokey. Yeah, it's actually not that bad for something that's I'm gonna leave on
Yeah,
an
okay.
I'm gonna leave on an airplane.
You are not.
That's my threat, is that I'll leave it on an airplane just like I left it here. Because it has to be carry on.
You're not attached to it yet.
No, well, you heard my funny story, right?
Shouldn't have bought them.
No, there's no bottom to it. That's kind of the point. I bought it because I thought it would like, fit in. I was expecting to buy kind of a wide and narrow suitcase.
Yeah.
Right, and put this on the diagonal. As it turns out, nothing fits that, except right a plastic case that's designed to be a gun.
Oh,
transport.
perfect. Perfect. So those that will recognize the case will pull you out.
Yeah, the TSA will recognize it usually.
Perfect.
Have you downloaded the site lately?
You mean the ones without the copyrights involved?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. You got it. You're good.
Yeah.
That was today's order.
I was very impressed.
Yeah. There's a couple of them I couldn't find. And the other thing I found that was really stunning was that there's these sites, it's lyrics.com or whatever the fuck, and there's like no copyright on them
Yes.
whatsoever.
I know.
And you would expect that if they're out busy making some sort of money by showing you all the damn ads, that they would have
Some sort of attribution to.
or at least trying to keep themselves from getting sued by Sony.
University in Ontario.
Well, how many words?
Letters 6.
McGill? MCGIL.
Okay, how about another one?
Does it start with?
The second letter might be a U.
I have to come back on that one.
Okay.
Let's see.
University in Ontario. You can't use Google.
No.
I'm not gonna, I got better things to do.
You're right.
It's like,
Oh, goodness.
well, no, why would I take her fun away from her?
You've heard that sometimes these are community events, right?
Oh, no.
People socialize and.
Not in my world. Every once in a great while I have help Chris though.
This is a delightful beverage. Of my international.
Mixed origins.
My international cappuccino thing.
Yes.
It would probably have some crazy Portland name. And we charge $82. So,
Yes.
sorry, I just finally noticed this, the t-shirt.
Oh. Yeah, that's a funny campaign by the last company I worked for. Basically, they were making virtual PDXs.
So, working with broadcasting people under the age of 18 is a pain in the ass.
Oh, yeah.
And, but some of the people under the age of 18 are really good musicians.
Okay.
So yesterday had both extremes of that example.
Oh,
Had
good and bad,
both good and bad,
under 17.
and all of
Or, under 18, I mean.
yeah, you're right. We're so the first group, 5 young people who they came in, they got forms, they ran away,
Yeah.
they got them signed, they came back,
All right.
and they were like one
Yeah,
kid on the
there was-
baby crane.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
sampled that.
They were,
Yeah.
and they're throwing around harmonies, and they're
Yeah.
I was,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, I'll work to get those guys to play music. That's fine by me. That's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
Next group, they were okay. Don't get me wrong, they were fine. They sounded great in the other room. They sounded fantastic. They were just loud. Love Joey Fountain. They were a little hardcore rock and roll punk
Wow.
band,
Yeah.
and they actually sounded good when there was enough filter to differentiate between the frequencies. When there was a big old wall.
Oh, I see.
So they like
Yes.
in here it was just wall of
To
sound.
take the distortion out.
Yeah, and also frankly everybody got pushed. They were loud.
Yeah.
And they knew it, and they were okay with it.
That's their shtick.
That's and I told them I'm not going to chase you, and they were like, okay. And afterwards, they were just incredibly grateful.
Yeah.
And honestly,
Yeah.
in there, I was enjoying.
Yeah.
11:30. Now I've been dealing with these kids all day. Some of these kids are like, okay, we're going to come in, we're going to get forms, we're going to come back,
Right.
we're going to have some friends join us.
Right.
I'm like, yeah, you can have friends. How many friends? Oh, just a few.
So you got Tupac, huh?
So yeah, basically, and I got these kids who are thinking they're Tupac, and it wasn't the kid who was doing the show.
Yeah.
It was his 11,
Entourage.
one of whom, well, first of all, and they brought 3, and when I say young ladies, I mean instantly my brain went, no, you're young ladies. May I see some ID? No, we don't have ID. Well, I'm sorry, I can't allow you to stay. I had to have the conversation. And there's just no question, sorry. I felt terrible because they Ubered apparently. Interestingly, none of the boys said, oh, I'll keep you company, I'll accompany you,
Oh.
And in my brain, I'm like, dude, you're missing a bet, because stay and watch the bad show or accompany 3 young ladies who have to Uber home. Like, anyway, we start, and there's a band already here, and there's a band waiting, and there's adults around us, so like they're out. But the band leaves, and another couple people leave, and they're doing their thing, and they're okay. They're okay. The kid brings his own
These are the ones at 11:30 you're saying?
11
Yeah.
rap.
Okay.
And he even brings his own proper stereo breakout cable, and I'm like immediately impressed because I had to buy one because of so many people not bringing the proper.
Yeah.
And they're doing their shtick, and I'm fine. And frankly, it gets a little repetitive. I'm like, okay. It gets to the point where I've got 2 people in there, and I'm sitting right there, and there's like 12 of them just doing their thing. Of course, that's on a delay, so I can't really depend on that. But I'm watching. It's fine. And then they go like, "This is our final song. Get up. Let's really break it out." And they're bouncing up and down. They're doing and the one kid is doing something. I don't know what. I don't know what he's doing. But he's like looking at people and making a face. And there's a crowd, and I'm lying down. And then he runs up to the camera and he shows the camera something. And he runs away. I can't see what it is, but in my head I'm like, that can't be right.
Can't be good.
So I stand up and I take like a 1 meter step forward, just get a better view, and I see him go up to the camera and he flashes something, and all I know is it's green. And I'm like, well, we're done, right? If he's flashing weed trying to be cool, there's people who, so I stand up and I just point at you, out. And immediately it changes to, oh no, it's oregano. I'm like, fine, show me. And here's where it just defaults to funny. Because his answer in his brain, his solution
Yes.
is he runs. And I'm like,
that's first of all, you know, the guilty man pleas.
Yeah, right.
And the whole, and I'm not gonna chase him. I'm just.
No.
So now we have obvious, serious evidence that he
Right.
feels he's done something. So I'm like, okay, well, we're done.
We're done. Well,
And
at least that act.
Right, and I just said, okay, guys, we're done.
Yeah.
And, you know, talked to the guy, and I said, I warned you about this. I said, like, you can have underage people, but, like, now there's a problem. And the funny thing was, is that two of their entourage stayed behind while the other guy got set up, and one guy came out and was like, what happened? And I explained the stories, like, they were jackass kids, just.
Yeah.
And the one kid is noodling at the piano.
Yeah, yeah.
And Ender and I are like, oh.
Let him go.
Let him go. And so, like, as he's leaving, his friends are calling him. It's like, oh, we gotta go, because they're like, they all ran downstairs.
Okay,
They're
good.
outside, and there's these two kids and one. And as he's getting up to leave, both Ender and I are like, dude, come back, play the piano. It's all
Yeah.
good. you
Yeah.
know. Nobody's angry. It's just
Yeah.
can't do that.
Right.
It's about making music, and this one kid did.
Yeah, yeah. Did he come back?
No, but I think he will.
All right.
But the whole point was just the dumbest thing you could possibly do. The dumbest when you're on camera or anywhere. And he just does the deke and run, and I'm watching this go, and I'm like, yep, that's a 17-year-old brain right there. That's of the myriad of options you had. I'm gonna bolt. Because that'll get me out of trouble.
You just didn't have enough together to continue to fake it.
And in my head, you know, like, and I don't want to say it, but there's like 11 of them.
Yeah.
I'm like, couldn't you have crowdsourced it? Like, shouldn't there have been one guy who steps in and he's like, I got this. Talk on the face, something.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, and there's it's one thing I noticed when I raised my kids that, you know, there's a whole nother generation's worth of logic associated with group behavior.
Well, when I was teaching, you put a bunch of those people the same age together,
Yeah.
and there's a group dynamic and a general thing that happens. Get them in small clusters with other age groups. Doesn't even matter what. Just
Yeah.
break it up.
Yeah.
And brain reacts differently. Different social cues, all sorts of other things. Hit critical mass, and it's like they're surrounded by concrete. And in my head, the entire goddamn time, as I'm watching these kids, I'm like, had those three girls been here, right? And in the back of some of their head, they've got like, don't screw up or we lose the girls. Don't screw up, right? Like that's got to be a part of it. Or it was for me back when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm highly motivated in that department.
No.
Right.
Oh, come on. If you're male and 18, you know, you generally speaking, 98% of
Fair enough.
everybody's highly motivated. But no, it's what was I had a joke at one point.
If we can't do science, let's do a joke.
Yeah, no. I had a joke that's completely irrelevant, and I can't quite remember it yet. Yeah, no, the joke's almost coming back to me.
Okay.
But yeah, no, the idea is that if sex is casual, then it's not a big deal. And
Okay.
so it has to do with women and, you know, their attitude. And if that's kind of the way it works, then it's not a big deal that you have to show off or you have to do, you know, the macho thing. You know, you just have to be in the right place at the right time, right? And that may or may not, you know, and it's certainly not going to happen if there's three of them. You know what I mean?
See,
So
but-
yeah,
but
there's no.
first of all, women are-
There's a whole set of unwritten rules
Right.
that I don't understand.
No,
I
but-
saw my kids go through it.
Okay. First of all, women under the age of 21 should always travel in packs.
Yeah.
I firmly believe that. They need to. And so whatever social things, barriers, boundaries, and border applications they work out with, so on, that's cool. what always stuns me are, like, we had these dozen young males and 3 young females,
Yeah.
and for sure, I would have thought the point for some of those would have been to impress the young ladies, right, to show off a little bit.
Yeah.
But they were really, really focused on, like, doing their thing together as the pack.
Yeah. Again,
Which surprised me.
it has to do with you know what motivates the girls.
Well, see, but as a male, there was always the perception that there would at least be.
Yeah, again, in our generation, absolutely.
You feel it's a.
Being loose enough to call you my generation, but
Dude, we are. Oh, 10 years apart? Ish. Plus or minus.
I'm 63.
13 years
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, well, I mean, not being a millennial and dating, I don't know.
Yes.
Can't say for sure, so, yeah. But it did make me chuckle, because as I'm having this conversation with the 3 of them, in my head, I'm thinking, okay, when I was,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I would have been the friend saying,
No.
oh, you Ubered, you poor people, let me.
No.
Yes.
No, that doesn't. It's not the way it works anymore. I don't think.
It's a good thing I'm not 18. My game would fail. So the discussion was centered around, while it's a nice idea to entertain the notion of Sunday food, somebody has to be in the mood to cook. And this led to the whole, does Lent end on Easter?
Oh.
Or is it still part of the fasting? Like, is there a good excuse to still not?
Yeah.
It's not Easter till 4.
I am the wrong person to ask about Easter traditions. My family was not.
What time did this Jesus fellow wake up? Was it early in the day or was it later? Yeah.
I don't think.
Is it material?
I don't think the Jeebus ever entered into it. There was the rabbit, and the rabbit left the things in the morning. So you got
They're
up.
crepuscular, because they're crepuscular.
Yes, you got up, and the rabbit had done its business, and
So to speak.
so to speak, and you ran around looking for the thing. That was Easter.
But since we missed the morning,
Yeah.
now we wait till.
So your argument is, if chocolate eggs didn't happen,
It's too late now.
it's
They have to
starvation
wait.
till sunset.
Yes.
And Elijah shows up. We're mixing our religions. So Elijah shows up at sunset.
4:30.
Jewish Easter. That's not a common. It's not a common religion.
Yeah, I call myself militantly agnostic, but my base teacher is a real atheist.
Oh, he's not even kidding.
No, he doesn't even fool around.
Okay. I often have time to listen to people's.
Colorful story.
I don't want to say justification,
Okay.
but reason for still believing. Let's put it that way. But I've taken to honestly telling people I don't believe anything happens after we're dead.
Oh yeah.
Done.
Oh yeah.
I don't believe in.
Oh no.
While I might believe in a order or some sort of, space-time rules that may help things click and connect together, I don't believe in a clock. If I did, I want the job. How's that?
Well, okay, I won't. So let me let me digress a little bit.
Sure.
Basically saying, I don't care where people get their motivation, I worry about their behavior.
Yeah.
You know, are they, you know, open, warm, and friendly, or are they closed and antagonistic to people that don't appear to be the same as them? And like I said, at that point, then I don't care how the motivation occurs. But yeah, no, in fact, I shocked my young daughter. She was, I guess, a newly minted teenager at one point, and I told her, look, I don't fear death because I die every night.
Yeah. It's one I still have trouble with.
I sleep so hard. Most nights are just, there's that much clock that's just missing out of my day.
See, whereas for me, my experience of sleeping is hovering at that border. This nightmare flip on and off. So
No.
I don't have the comfortable on off switch. I've got somebody sitting in the doing
Yeah,
this.
Yeah, yeah. No, when I'm asleep, it's just the world doesn't exist. I'm fucking dead. And usually I wake up pretty quickly, and not after a whole lot of hours, but typically when I'm sleeping, it's just gone. But I will occasionally wake up, during or towards the end of a dream.
Okay.
So I know I do dream and all that kind of stuff. So there is obviously things going on, but I just have no memory of it. It's just like amnesia.
I can see definitely taking comfort in if you had that experience with a consciousness switch
Oh yeah.
and experiencing
No,
it,
yeah.
then extrapolating that to the terminal.
Infinity is not that hard because you don't have any memory of it anyhow.
It's still my major thing I do. The non-existence aspect. Intellectually, I'm okay.
Well, but where were you before you were born?
Dude, I'm saying intellectually I'm okay.
Oh, okay. Yes, no, and that is the burden that we bear as human beings, right? Is that there's the notion that we are cognizant, right, of our mortality. I saw a really bizarre thing the other day. The guy had a job as a portable butcher, so he got to small scale farmers, and he would butcher cows and shit. And he pulls a pickup truck, full of all the tools into the middle of the field, kills the cow, and the other cows are just sitting there chewing the cud, watching what's going on, and they have no concept whatsoever that they're next, and no fear of it either.
Well, I want to make a special argument against cows.
Okay.
Because I work with cows.
Okay.
Having worked with cows,
Yes.
I earn my hate
Of cows.
of cows.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
You're right. They don't fear what's happening. Mostly because they don't know what's happening.
Yeah. Or they
They're-
can't project
They're
forward.
carrots. They're
Yeah.
mobile carrots.
Yeah.
Now, goats. Goat will take a look at a situation. He'll suss some shit out.
Yeah.
But cows. So I worked with. I took blood samples from for an experimental cow. We were testing commercial viruses.
Okay.
Sorry, commercial vaccines.
Yes.
So, I had a blind array of viruses, or vaccines and combinations, taking blood samples at the end of the 2-year study, comparing who had what bug, compared to. And of course, the problem is that, cattle die, and so this one winter, longitudinal study, so we're trying to be careful. And we, every 2 weeks, have to take a blood sample. Horrible blizzard, like just nasty. Normally this thing is like a slightly under 2-hour drive away. It takes us 5 hours to get there. We get out there, 3 science geeks, 5 ranch hands, trying to take blood samples in the middle of the blizzard. Plunging our hands into this bucket of warm water to thaw them out, to pull it out, use the vacutainer. Okay, fine, got one sample. One cow. Into the squeeze. The squeeze is the thing.
Yeah, yeah.
No idea how it does it. it flips upside down. So it's winter, it's blizzard, it's icy. This cow, big cow, we're in the,
Yeah.
upside down, in the squeeze,
Yeah.
trapped, stuck,
Yeah.
making noise like nobody's business. And the ranch hands are like lift, twist, turn, blah, blah, blah. For 10 minutes,
Yeah.
we're like, and we've got this.
Well, and the squeeze won't open it enough.
It goes that far, and
Yeah.
that's all it does,
Yeah.
and it's wet, and its legs are up,
Yeah.
and we're looking at this, and we're all like in pain and cold, and we got work to do, and the blizzard and all this sort of stuff, and we're like, and we've lost the light, and the foreman goes, "That's it, I'm getting the chainsaw." Right? That's the answer. Like there's been every attempt,
There you go. Every legitimate
and
attempt.
he's calling it.
He's going home.
And he's like, "I'm getting the chainsaw." This is not a discussion.
Yeah.
He's informing
Yeah, yes.
all of us, including myself.
Yes.
And I swear, this actually happened. He says, "I'm getting the chainsaw."
Yeah.
There's a beat of about 5 seconds. And this damn thing levitates, flips, comes down, inside the squeeze still. Some big brain goes, "Oh!" Slams the squeeze shut so it doesn't move again.
Yeah,
I run and give me that blood. I hate this cow so much of this. I'm a little sad we didn't get the chainsaw. I think we're all a little sad we didn't get the chainsaw. And as it's leaving, I swear they hit, like, we hit it on the run, but I
Yeah.
swear we did punched it. And in my head, I'm like, this is the moment I've grown to hate cows. I don't mind eating cows.
Yes.
Now later on, I got savvy and realized that they're not, on a sustainability scale, we probably shouldn't eat beef too often.
No. No, it's
But, good heavens, stupid creatures. I know they don't understand English, but I like to believe that it heard the word chainsaw and something fired, some synapse.
Well,
It's one
or it sensed everybody's flinch.
Right. We're all messing around, and then all the
Yeah.
humans went. Chainsaw. And in the cow's diaries, the mood suddenly changed. I sensed. So one of the things I noticed when I moved here, because I lived in Alberta, which is cattle country, cattle and but it's grain-fed cattle, like mostly just prairie and cow-eat grass.
Okay.
And it's delicious. The beef in Alberta is cheap and plentiful and delicious, right? Because that's where it's grown. And that spoiled the hell out of it,
Oh yeah.
right? I moved here,
Yeah. Well, it's all factory.
and I had a steak, and I went,
Yep.
and I even went to the Clockies up the street,
Yeah.
and I was taken there, and I had a very nice piece of prime rib. And in my head, I was like, tastes slightly, it's not quite.
Yeah.
I now understand, I would never do it, but I now understand why these people like buy or import Kobe beef and things like that. If you're gonna go for it,
My reference piece of beef
I like that phrase.
was in a really nasty barracks that make this place look like the Taj Mahal.
Thanks.
And it was the last dairy farm on Oahu.
Oh,
And as it turns out, one of my wife's friends from college, right, was sort of the last employee. And there was a string of bulls, calves, along the fence. And we had one of them that night.
nice.
And it was good. And tender. And not full of junk. All kinds of stuff.
So, my brother-in-law, one of these guys, he's one of nature's barbecue guys. He's got the knack, really good. And
Okay.
he studies in
Yeah,
middle Canadian winter, 40 degrees outside. He will shovel away to the barbecue, and he will cook the whole thing, and he'll come back, and he's happy doing it, and he's really talented. And I got kind of used to Christmas. Generally stay there for a couple days. At least one of them, Dave, goes out and does
Yeah,
a thing, comes home. And that man can take bad beef and make it incredible, and then at Christmas he goes and gets good stuff. Spends his time.
yeah.
And the thing is that I'm not as talented, I'm not as patient, so I can recognize when somebody's doing something way outside my. Now, if I took the time, I probably would. Spoils you.
Yeah.
Because we did that the last time I was in Canada, or one of the last times, and I came back.
Yeah, my sister married basically a $40 a plate kind of chef.
Yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, and he cooked leg of lamb for the rehearsal dinner in his own wedding, and that stuff can usually be okay, but it's pretty tough often. And, I'm not.
It's one of those things that you're trying to hit the window.
Yeah, and he just absolutely nailed it. It was gorgeous.
I'm going to show you a nerd thing. Just because you might appreciate it, you might not. Speaking of food. So I saw a little thing of the guy that invented these. You know, everybody cuts with their fork.
Oh yeah. So he put a blade edge.
Well, he put
a knife edge on.
a butter knife in.
There you go. Yeah.
But the big trick is this sort of counterweight dealie, and it's just ever.
So do I need a left-handed fork?
Oh shit. Well, do you? You might not. They might have been cagey.
Oh no, it is asymmetric. So
It is asymmetrical. Shit.
see how much wider that is than those.
Yeah, you're screwed.
Oh, I'm not left-handed.
Oh,
Well, but neither edge is particularly sharper than the other.
but it does work,
Yeah,
and that's the
yeah.
thing that I was kind of impressed with. Is
Yeah.
I blew the $9 on a set of forks, thinking,
Yeah.
if they work. But because frankly nowadays, unless you're cooking real meat, you know, that's just crazy. If I'm on breakfast, I will cook it. I do want the rest of it. Swear to God, I now have 3 cassette tapes. What am I supposed to do with these?
Put them in the museum. I never liked those things when they were new.
Nah, 8 tracks. Those suck.
Well,
The access system sucked.
yeah.
I hated the rewind one way, flip it over rewind.
Yeah. I had an open reel, so that was my solution to the 10
Oh.
tracks going really slow. Quarter-inch tape going fast. With some fidelity in it.
Reach him.
at some point, when Jackie's in the room, I'm gonna sing that song.
Which one?
Rock Me.
Nice. The filthiest song ever.
Yeah, I'm gonna sing it real filthy, so. Basically styling after her raunchy form on some of her songs. And it's gonna be mostly more spoken than sung, but
Yeah, but with intent.
there you go.
Rock me. It's the William Shatner version of Rock Me.
There you go, exactly.
I'm with you.
All right, because that I'm almost capable of.
I want you to rock me.
So I'm in,
I will help you practice. I will pay you money to make this happen.
I've been trying to work up the nerve for 2 or 3 months to do this.
Oh, come on. We'll do it. We'll
Well,
work it.
yeah, another problem too is
Yeah.
I'm pretty convinced I can't play and sing at the same time. So.
We just need a prop. Let's face it, that's all that cigarette was in that video. It was just lit to be there. Get you a hat. So I was watching do you know the movie The Magnificent Seven?
I know the title.
Important movie for a number of different reasons, got made for blah blah blah.
But it's just a Western, right?
Ouch. Sure, it's just a Western. Fair enough. Kind of like Casablanca, right? A B
Yes,
movie.
Yes.
A B movie not intended to be too much,
But with a cult following over decades.
but for good reason. And one of the reasons, one of the things that contributed to it gelling so quickly was Yul Brynner and Steve McQueen, right? They're both signed up.
Yeah.
They're going to be the two main of the seven. There's Yul Brynner's at the top of his game. He's obviously the guy that they paid the most money for. Steve McQueen, on the other hand, is Steve McQueen and has already faked an injury, committed fraud, insurance fraud, in order to get time off from his scheduling shoot for his TV series to do this movie. He's an amazing car driver, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Had an accident.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm injured. I gotta wear a neck brace.
Yeah.
Sorry, TV series that pays me all this money. I can't. Look, neck brace, fine. Monday morning, he's riding a horse.
Yeah.
No neck braces.
Yeah.
So the thing is that he shows up on set, and the shooting script, they've given him 7 lines of dialogue
In the whole movie.
in like the first 50 pages or something.
Oh.
And Steve McQueen's like, no. And it was just the shooting script, and so they go to shoot the first scene, their sort of introduction scene. They're like, they're meet cute, as it were. He's got 7 lines of dialogue. The whole scene, he's literally riding shotgun, and he proceeds to chew the scenery. He's got a hat, so he checks the sight line, or he's got a shotgun, so he takes the shell out, checks like he's just doing all this cool professional shit, and Yul Brynner's sitting there trying to keep up because he's got words, but the other guy's doing stuff, and it's this great scene of just showing what actors can do with nothing, and the two of them basically spend 20 seconds on screen competing to see whose eyes, and then finally apparently the story goes that afterwards Yul Brynner said, okay, cut the shit or I'm taking my hat off, because he's bald.
Yeah.
He's like, that's where all the eyes are going to be on, so no more of this because we're done. So the other day I was just watching the scene that I know that the two of them did this on, and I'm just busting a gut because just watching them, ultimate pros, but also just pissing each other off.
Well, but presumably as an actor, that's part of it, unlimited ego. And so, you get two,
Yeah.
completely unlimited egos together, and it's gonna be something.
There are different types of actors. There are different personalities, but yeah, like musicians, there's stereotypes for a reason.
Yeah.
And I complain about working with musicians. I can't imagine being a proper director.
Oh yeah.
And those guys are always portrayed as being one step away from nuclear explosion, and I think I get why.
Well, yeah, because if you're going to have enough emotion exuding out of yourself at a moment where somebody from, Des Moines can figure out,
Right.
what the heck you're thinking, then you've got some personal issues.
Yeah.
Most likely. or it comes very naturally. Take your pick.
There are those that are and can't be. Although the scene I love, or the story I love, is Dustin Hoffman. They're filming Marathon. Dustin Hoffman is the big name, but Laurence Olivier, who's been around the block, is signed up to play the old man Nazi.
Oh yeah.
And Dustin Hoffman has a scene in which his character's been up for 3 days and he's being tortured by the Nazi. It's the big, is it safe scene. And Dustin Hoffman stayed up for 2 days so that he could do the scene right, and Laurence Olivier is getting a little cheesed at the multiple takes and this sort of stuff. And
Yeah.
finally, eventually, he sits him down and he goes, my boy, it's called acting. It's like, he's got none of this method shit.
Yeah.
When Laurence Olivier tells you that you're not acting, you should probably put that in your diary and go home and think about it. So apparently Olivier called the day on the set and said, go and nap, do it tomorrow. Kind of invalidated his entire method thing. Because Laurence Olivier's attitude was, I'm a human being, I pretend to put the emotions on the surface, as opposed to these people who put their real emotions right there on the surface and are essentially crazy.
Or try to distort their real emotions into what's appropriate for the character.
Here's what I feel. Thank you for showing me so much. Might have been a little more natural.
Little part you missed, that's
Yeah. I'm just. But I want some really nice bass. Really nice melodic bass.
Yeah, I've got kind of a mixed feeling about him.
Really?
Yeah.
Good job.
Sometimes he's just kind of wandering around to be wandering, and it's not as if he's quite wanting to play lead, but he doesn't really want to play bass either. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
there's a number of songs in particular, in that one where he takes off in the middle, where he's just kind of wandering around.
You feel it's kind of a little aimless?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not denying the man's talent for a
No.
moment.
It just happens that in this
It's-
one section.
Well, yeah, it's just that I'm not really convinced that, because he got kind of pressed into service to be a bass player, right? And I don't know he ever quite had that mentality completely,
Right.
which is fair. Because the talent, is without question. So I'm not.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is that there, at least from my trying to learn to play bass and all that kind of stuff, there is this, and I kind of noticed it even, you know, younger when I was trying to play the bass way back when. Yeah, there's some songs where he's just kind of
Okay.
wandering around, and you know, but I also have a kind of almost a personal problem with walking bass as well.
Really?
Yeah.
How so?
The jazz tune, you know, has this sort of overall theme, right? You know, it's one of the jazz standards of the 50 or something that everybody's always playing. And, you know, the drummer's doing whatever the fuck he wants. You know, the lead saxophone's way all across the map. You know, lead guitar's trying to compete against the saxophone. And, you know, where is it you're going to hold on to the real tune? And I'm not saying that the bass guitar, you know, or bass, stand-up bass shouldn't have some freedom, but if they're just, you know, you don't even, you know, as a listener, you know, through half the song, you don't even know what song you're listening to because nobody's holding some part of, right, the song the same throughout the whole, you know, chaos of solos.
Yes.
Now,
Mostly.
somebody like Brubeck,
Okay.
right, was really good because he would always fill the theme in.
Yeah.
If
But here you go.
yeah, if half the
Yeah,
band,
okay.
if half the band, you know, stood back for somebody's solo, even if it was the drummer, you'd oftentimes hear, right, him kind of reminding you, this
Here you
is the tune, this is where we're at,
Yeah.
this is kind of what the melody's about. And so if the bass line can walk and still do that, I don't have a problem.
Okay.
But if the bass is just, you know, wandering around, it means that everybody's wandering around
Okay.
in the woods, and the whole song is kind of useless as a song. Now, that's a style, I grant you, I'm not gonna argue it, but, you know, if you're gonna play a song, then somebody ought to at least be, you know, reminding you every 2 or 3 bars of what it is that you're doing.
So, I agree that I hear too much music where everybody's wandered into, okay, so it goes theme, variation, back to theme again, right?
Yeah.
It's a classic sort of thing. And if we're all on variation, it's easy enough to lose track of the theme.
Yeah.
Now, especially with some of the kind of more nuanced, you know, or complex or fast-moving jazz or something like that. Something where, you know, now, if you've got the core pocket people who are just hammering that theme, making sure that the brain is, and do it 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we can ease off a little bit, because we've trained our brains to
Yes.
fill it. But even so, a better arrangement will still touch back for the audience, remind them,
Yeah.
here's where we're at.
And it doesn't have to be all the time, and like I said, I'm perfectly willing to give everybody freedom, but
At no point, I feel, at no point should the audience be going, where are we in the phrasing?
yes.
Right?
Yes.
Even if they're not hearing anything recognizable, the audience should be going, no, we're on the second bit, and the third bit, and now here's a turnaround and back to one. I don't like it when the bassist is assigned the job of just, you handle that, because I think that that's underutilized. But at the same time, I love it when bassists are doing, they've joined the variation, but I find that the better bassists and the better rhythmic guitarists will help get you back.
Yes.
And by that, I mean, you know, like I'm often doing all sorts of just counterpoint rhythms and things like that, but once in a while it's like, that's what you need to hear.
Yes.
Let me give you that, now we'll move on.
Yeah, my brother and I went and heard my bass teacher play in a band that, you know, he wasn't particularly enamored of, let's put it that way. It was a job.
But the teacher
My-
wasn't enamored of it.
My teacher was not enamored of the band that
Yeah.
he was playing in
He's
that
just-
night.
Yeah.
You know, and he does on a regular basis, so names will go unmentioned.
But,
And the drummer was the substitute, right? And he was actually, you know, nicely timed, but really straightforward. I mean, just absolutely, there was no frills, no extras, no nothing.
which frankly, if you're a substitute, thank you.
Yeah. So he was completely on time, like a freaking clock,
Joy.
and just just really dry as a drummer.
Alright.
Oh well. So the lead guitarist is airhead, and he's airheading away, and the rhythm guitar player, if I could hear him, wasn't any better, and the singer could barely sing, and there's a room of 30 or 40 people, 2/3 of which were dancing, and because the bass player was playing practically one note, so enthusiastically that everybody wanted to go dance.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that was kind of my lesson from that evening is you don't even have to do anything that fancy if it's got enough emotional content.
So, March 30th, the night before we were coming back here to try the people. First thing, James took me out to see one of his favorite sort of blues rock bands.
Okay.
And the bassist, good walking bassist, blues walking, like
Yeah.
he's been doing the same stuff with the same people for 30 years in a row.
Yeah.
But he had that thing where he makes it look like he's just working it. Like he's just, like this. And it makes it look like it's the hardest job in the world, but in a good way. And he's selling it properly.
Yeah.
Right? And
So there's a visual associated with it.
and the entire time I'm like, yep, this is the blues, and it's done really well.
Yeah.
And they're a good band. And
Yeah.
because it was a power trio. Like realistically, it was a bassist and a drummer, and the guitarist was going to go play lead.
Yeah.
So by the time the guitarist got off the rhythm bit,
Yeah.
the bassist had to be, I got the whole song.
Yeah.
They were good at it.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah.
But that bassist had that thing where like, and I know in my head he's just going
It's just part of this.
dum dum dum. He's just hitting the eighths or the quarters or
Yeah.
whatever. But I'm like, there's an attitude and a showmanship that is selling even to me
It's a shtick. Yeah.
just how hard. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Hats off. I know you're not working that hard, but I feel you're working that hard. That's pretty damn good. So.
You're acting like you are.
And it worked. It worked really well.
Yeah.
Like they were very, very good at what they were doing, and it was an enjoyable. Like it was nice to be there.
Was it like a Mississippi Delta blues?
No,
or
it's more like
a Stevie Ray Vaughan blues.
No, it had it kind of a rockabilly,
Okay.
faster,
Okay.
and even James is like, that's not normally my style, but these guys are
Yeah.
really nailing it. We did. Of course, I don't remember the name. Yeah, the power trio thing is always. As a rhythm guitarist, I'm the fourth man to join that group, right? Like,
Okay.
the drummer, the bassist, the lead guitarist, and then somebody goes, oh, let's get a chording instrument in there, do the heavy lifting. So some power trios work for me, and a lot of the time I watch them and I'm like, oh, this sounds thin. It sounds
Yeah,
a bit
yes. Yes.
I mean, the Doors answered that by adding a organ player, right?
Yeah.
Most boring part in the world, but it just fills in the soundscape.
Yeah. No, and occasionally I'll hear the Wednesday night group without the bass, and it's like it's just so much strumming.
Which is good, frankly. Oh, I wish more of them would strum. I wish 2/3 of them would strum more and 1/3 of them would strum less.
Yes.
I think the best thing we can ever do to teach young people to be musicians is to teach them to drum on the table. That thing in school where they tell you stop drumming on your desk.
Oh yeah.
That's where you learn like just nascent rhythm, just internal.
Yeah. I have none of that, which is why my bass playing's so bad.
Yeah, but the more you do it, the more which is why I tell people, noodle on your instrument or drum, anything that gets your body keeping a beat, it works. It trains your muscles, trains your brain. We should go so far as to strap musicians into the Chinese water doctrine. This is 100 beats per minute. Learn it. This is 110.
Yeah. Except I'm doing this for the fun of it, so how long would that last?
Some people might think this one. I don't know. you don't play any guitar, do you?
No.
Just know how to.
I've had it in my hand and I, made a C and a G chord, I'm sure at some point, but
Because I know how much you love chords on the bass. You don't. You've often railed against the idea of chords on the bass. A bass shouldn't be chording.
well, simply because it has to come up here.
Yeah.
And once you're up here, you might as well be on one of those. I mean, it's,
It doesn't have to go.
generally, but you know what a piccolo bass is, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, chording on a piccolo bass would make perfect sense in my head, right? So you're down here where the instruments, you can make, reasonable
Right.
noise out of it, and the strings are, tight enough that they
But
make.
you're what? You're one octave lower than this? One octave lower?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's just exactly one octave lower. So anytime you see a bass player up here, it's down there on a regular guitar. And I don't have a problem with the fact that you don't have the width on a regular guitar, so you'd end up picking,
Yeah.
right, as opposed to fingering. So
I still don't finger on bass. My technique is atrocious.
yeah.
You can't ignore him. He's
I can, because it's usually Amazon selling me something. It's pretty indiscriminate.
Duke.
Yeah, see, somebody's making a comment about Wolf Den.
Oh shit. You don't need that. I don't need that.
See, so I'm gonna join the vocal group tomorrow, huh?
What? Oh, are you?
No, that's what I got interrupted for.
Ah shit. Plugged in.
Am I plugged in?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. That way-
I like how you turn that in like what a question. How dare you? Jerk.
You gotta get used to this fingerboard. It's a little bit different than mine.
Yeah.
No, it's just a question of width, and where it sits is a little different, but I'm actually struggling with it. I'm gonna get my brother to put this in here,
Well, that's.
because the problem with this thing is it tends to rotate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
Roll it up.
if I can get it to, hold against me, that it'll stay upright, is my concept. They do this so that you can play it sitting down, and I don't really care so much about sitting down. I am using it now, but it's the,
But you're tending to roll up.
yeah, it's its tendency to roll this way is what I'm not getting from having the.
I mean, I hate to say this, but
Yeah. The other concept would be to put
yeah.
this down here, because that would.
Would that interfere with the strings?
No, not really. Because the strings are all passive once they hit this.
Depending on the weight, you might want to roll forward. If you're gonna roll.
Yeah, well, this is actually what this is, because the body's not enough, and so it has a tendency to do weird stuff where the neck gets heavy, right, if it doesn't have this. I'm not knowing if that's a real solution, but it seems to improve it. Because you see, the other thing too is I've just moved this around, so
Yeah.
it's working to leverage it back. Because if I
But
move,
if it moves.
well, if it slides, yeah. Like, let's put it,
that's like that.
let's just put it back where it was.
Yeah, it's gonna tend to want.
Exactly. So if we do that, you see, it's still
Yeah, no, it's
it's
like
still
that.
wanting to do this, yeah. So again, that's why I pulled this around, and it's a pretty tight squeeze in there. It's not gonna come by itself. So that was what that adjustment was. decided that things aren't worth having unless you can hot rod them.
Yeah. Well,
No, and that's one of the reasons I love Unix is because, you know, if you want to hot rod whatever it is you want to hot rod, you can go do that. And
you know, and I admit I hack little things on it and everything, but it seems to me like some sort of belt clip or
well, the problem there is
yeah, you don't want to be attached.
yeah,
And
It's-
weight, I mean, weight does the job, and then you're heavy.
yeah, and that's kind of its. Well, that's you. It's not that bad.
No, it's not, but it's surprising how quickly. Like it doesn't take a lot to bounce it up, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You just want a little more.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I'm saying is if this is up top and it's going to hit against you, if it goes to roll that way.
That's not a bad solution, actually. You want to do that now?
Yeah. What? No, I'm going to save that as a project for my brother and I.
No, that feels like it should answer a good chunk of it. So long as it doesn't. It also feels like it wants to step over this way now.
What's this? It's a photo from my workout instructor.
Is that the post-workout reward?
Yeah. It's a beer I recommended to him.
That's the right weight though.
Yeah, no, well, but you know, the idea is it's carry on.
Yeah. No, but remember, I spent the better part of the last 4 years playing 4-hour gigs every night, or three nights a
Yeah.
week. So
Yeah.
to me,
Yeah.
weight becomes
Yeah.
like seriously, switching a guitar for the weekend was the difference between driving home exhausted on Sunday
Yeah,
and
yeah.
driving home with lots of energy. And then,
Yeah.
you know, I bought a new guitar and it did not weigh that much difference, but I
Yeah.
swear to God, it's like,
Yeah.
shit, I got another day's work out of me now.
Well, that's even if it was psychosomatic, it still worked. See, now you got me nervous.
But what?
How about my dudes?
Don't miss that one. The thing, this is what I used. This was my on-stage guitar for years.
Hold on.
Yeah. But it weighs nothing.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
Well, relatively nothing.
compared to my other stuff, it weighs nothing. So I could jump around and play for hours, and I was fine with that thing. But then when I wanted more sound or something bigger or different,
Yeah. That's what you get for not going with a solid body.
oh man, there was a guy, Mark Kellogg, I think was his name last night. He was one of those jazz players who plays the hollow body, he just plays all the bits at once, right? He's just an instrumentalist, sit down, play,
Yeah.
play a jazz standard, play the bass, play it all at once.
Yeah.
Very, very talented, very watchable. I really liked what
But
he was
you
doing.
just kind of tinkled around, though, right?
But he's playing the whole thing.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
playing it well,
Yeah,
and you know, and in my head, I was like, I wonder if he's one of these guys that does this because he can't play with other people. But then I was talking with him, and he's like, oh, I've got this Argentinian folk band, and like he's got these other kind of cool projects
Okay.
because he likes to play this music, but he also likes to play with other people. So I was very intrigued.
Yeah.
Because most of the guys I know who do that out of self-defense, right? It's like I can do a complete solo instrumental thing, so that's what I do because I don't have to deal with other people's bullshit. But instead, this guy was just, I can do this and I have these other projects.
Yeah. Well, it's because he's got real talent.
More than I do. mob will kill you and eat you in a minute.
Yeah, I checked in at 5:30 and cat was the only action.
At 3:30, it looked like we might keep going,
Wow.
and people kept asking me, I'm like, will you keep out? If you keep going, I'll keep going. I think Raina wanted to, and Scott was starting to get on or something like that.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard, especially if you have a real job.
Ender, the pianist, showed up again last night. I could listen to that guy for hours. He's got some good stuff.
The 17-year-old?
No, 33-year-old piano player dude.
Okay.
Very, very solid.
Yeah.
So you were the star lady night, huh? Come on. Come on.
Such a dilemma. So admittedly, I know nothing, but I'm thinking that these copyrights are probably enough to keep it happy enough.
Thinking that they're more than other people do, so therefore.
Yes, at least it's,
That-
showing good effort.
Yep. Due
and,
diligence.
Yeah, and I'm perfectly willing to adjust anything if anybody emails me.
So. This
So-
is now just an HTML file.
Absolutely. And there's a link on my webpage at this point.
Okay. So if I wanted to append said HTML file and then reload it locally with more songs or corrections or what have you.
Yeah, and the thing to do is to give it back to me. When you do that, then let me do the merge. I haven't put it on source code control yet, but I clearly can
Well-
if you wanna do that.
And while I appreciate the offer, the thing is that that's still a thing that's on your plate always, and that sucks for you. I'm trying to figure out a way to.
Right, and what I'm trying to say is that, if I have a current copy of what you have, then the changes are incremental, and I can adjust your corrections early instead of later, so that I only do them, 3 times instead of 30. If you add 30 songs and something's wrong. And the format's actually changed a little bit, the fill entry is gone.
Okay.
And now there's a new sort of silly business called a span, where the copyright goes. But
We'll crack it open. My concern.
Yes. But yes, at this point, you should be able to download it, and it's completely self-contained.
Yeah.
And so you can download it into a file on your disk and do anything you want to with it. And
My main thing is I don't want you having to put any more effort into this, because in my head, it's now a thing that will probably get added to and morph and change, because people are gonna say add this song, and I don't want that having to do anything to do with you. You got. I wanna see progress on the animal.
Right. And what I'm saying then is we need to figure out if you have a place to serve it on your website.
I gotta work something out. No. Well, if it's just an HTML file, you can load those on Meetup, and then people can just access it with their browser.
Yeah, well, like I said, I don't use Meetup, so,
Yeah,
except
much,
as an end user,
it's doable.
yeah. Especially with something like this where it's self-contained,
Yeah, exactly.
you know,
Like literally, if I say go here, they'll click it, it'll open the browser, they're done.
you're done, yeah.
They don't care where it's hosted, they don't care that they've downloaded it locally, they don't care.
that, well,
Technically, at that point, they've cached it all the way.
yeah, well, yeah, and even at that point, you can still have them download the file themselves as well if you got half of the technical savvy.
But if it's just an HTML file with a formatting GUI, then if I get off my mental ass and learn it, I can just keep updating it and not have to bother anyone.
Yeah, and so the problem then is if you've done a bunch of stuff and we wanna change the mechanics, you know, or that the color blue is wrong or something.
Eventually.
Cause it does do some slightly twisted things with HTML and CSS and JavaScript. It's a funny combination of those three.
I will admit, the initial requests, after having played around with it, there is the part of me that goes, yeah, I kind of wish these things were transposed.
Oh,
A future version to consider is,
right.
just everything's got a relative position and slide up, slide down.
Oh, yeah. That's not that big a deal, but it does demand, right, that you put the chords into a silly format,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So
You
that
have to have some sort of,
this,
understandable
at the
structure.
moment, this is just pure presentation.
yes.
This is human readable only.
No, it needs some sort of, it believes that A comes before, A sharp comes before B.
Yes.
It doesn't need to know why or how, it just
No.
needs to know, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and it needs to know that, right, in row 2, right, column 3,
Yeah.
right, when it sees an AG, it knows that those have to be combined,
Right.
blah, 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 and that those then are parked separately,
And
as
then,
opposed to
If I write an A, a G, A over G, A, then G.
all of those things it has to know that,
Yes.
you know,
Yeah.
that, you know, an A followed by an M is parsed differently than an A followed by a G.
Yes. Now, can we cheat? Start using A minus? Does that make it easier?
No, because human beings still have to read it. But yes,
Some human beings learn to read A minus,
yeah,
not as many as you think.
yeah, but is that, you know, A flat or is that A minor?
It's always A minor. But you're right, like,
Right,
you're gonna get,
well, or ADOM, right?
alright,
So it's not rocket science, but it has to have the software discipline.
well, I mean, if you had invisible grid boxes and it understood that a letter by itself is the letter, oh shit, slash chords are gonna give trouble. Yeah, you'd have to come up with some way for it
Yeah,
to.
no, it wouldn't be hard, it just has to be regular.
Yeah, and then regiment, yeah, whatever's
And then-
chosen, just don't break it.
That's right, and so then at that point, right, that would have to get read, right, converted to an internal format.
Yeah.
So then you could move it up and down and then have it expressed.
Yeah.
So it would know how to wrap, you know, from G sharp to A.
Yeah.
And skip, you know, E sharp and all that other wonderful stuff.
Yeah, it's,
My bass tool knows how to do that. Yeah, if you enter a song, you go in way at the bottom, and you don't, they're not large buttons, but there's it says, you know, like a half step plus, half step minus.
okay,
And it'll just pull the whole thing down. It won't necessarily do intelligent things about where it chooses, and I forget where I left that, of the fingerings, right? And it may, you know.
still,
It may ask for a D, but, you know, it'll move the whole thing up, you know,
Yeah.
half a step. either way. Because you know, when you touch on the screen, they're stored internally, and then they get different presentations based on where they're being displayed.
I mean, if you wanted to get crazy, and we don't, but if you did, you could even do versions of a song. Like here's the simple display,
Yeah.
and then here's the 4 voicing display. Like here's the 3 voicing display for jamming, and here's the 4 voicing display if you want to go crazy.
Yeah. And that goes back to my motivations.
Like I said,
I'm much more motivated to be able to hand an MP3 to something that tells me what the fuck the bass line is. Because I can't hear it.
right.
Than anything else. Well, and this tool is handy simply because it's so brain dead,
Yeah.
right? And that's kind of the whole deal. It's just replacing paper.
Yeah. Well, at a certain point, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
Like the thing that is broken about this is it occasionally requires musicians to either sing in a key they're not used to
Yes.
or
Now,
transpose on the fly.
there's absolutely nothing wrong whatsoever, right? Of taking, copying it twice,
Yeah.
transcribing it yourself, and being done. And
Yeah.
so presumably when it goes into the list, you can say this is this song in C, this is this same song in G, and you're done. So
Yeah.
for common transposition,
Sure.
that's another brand.
And frankly, if we keep running into this song, and this song, we just need a male and female version. That's easy. Like if somebody kept wanting to sing Angel from Montgomery and we were exactly at the wrong end of the octave.
Yeah, so
It's in G, they want it in C, sort of.
right, so I have two choices here. One of them is, you put that div on there, right? It says ID chords, and there's another div that says ID lyrics, right? The appropriate thing to do would be have a second div, right? Saying,
Chord version A.
well, chord version C, chord version D, chord version E sharp. Right? So then it would recognize those 3 and then give you buttons, say,
Yeah.
to choose them. That would be the most painless way to do that. And then at that point, right, they would be just like any of the other chords where you can put any crap you want in
Yeah.
there and it would
It's
literally,
just display.
it would simply display it, yeah. 'Cause so at that point, it doesn't know music.
No.
It just says, oh, there's 3 versions, I'll give
Which
you
one
the
do you want?
opportunity and I'll show you one, and if you don't like it,
Well,
click
frankly,
this, and you'll get another.
right, it's the same thing as going, we're gonna play this song, do you wanna play Asher's version, Jenny's version, or Bodie's version? Asher's version probably has a fewer passing chords than Bodie's version, and Jenny's version is
Oh,
probably,
Yeah,
probably at the other end of the octave, or in the middle of the, but what I'm talking, if I'm in G, she's female in C.
So you're saying the lyrics are the same, it's just the chord structure is different?
Yeah. I'd take as an example,
Right, so
'Cause
now, see, now that's,
House of the Rising Sun.
that's actually beyond the transposition stuff.
Yeah.
The other thing that's funny too is that I look at the Nut House version of House of the Rising Sun, it's identical to the one you like.
Yeah. I do the jam version because it's easier to keep a whole group of people together.
Yes.
I prefer the real version because it's more fun.
Yeah, and if it's offset type the way you did that, then it makes mental sense.
People's brains follow that a lot more.
Yeah,
easily.
exactly.
Yeah, I started doing that years ago when I realized that I'm just gonna play with the visual cortex people. Because every time I try and explain it to you, it doesn't work. If I just say, look,
Exactly. I can't tell you how visual I am. It's ridiculous. In fact,
No, I pretty much know exactly how visual you are, because I am too.
right,
The second something like that becomes obvious to my brain,
yeah.
I don't want it another way.
Before I retired, I guess for about 4 years, I was torturing myself with wanting to buy a used bass cheaply. I figured out how much it was going to cost me, and it was a conundrum, and I was toying with it for quite a while. In fact, my brother actually bought me a cheap bass, an acoustic bass, and I ended up giving to a friend. But so I was driving home one day, and I'm sitting there thinking, okay, how is it a bass player would visualize, right, a song? How would a bass player visualize a song? How would a bass player visualize? Wait a minute.
You are me.
A real bass player wouldn't visualize a song; they'd hear it. So I'd go, okay, fine. And so I gave up on that notion. And once I retired, I figured out, fuck, I'm not gonna fight this anymore. So I bought a cheap bass.
Okay, I would argue most of the guitarists I know, including bass players,
Yeah.
their approach to music is visual. Their primary
We're
approach,
talking about patterns off the keyboard.
patterns,
or-
and even the way that they're processing the changes information, like they're processing the chords as a visual pattern. I believe,
Yeah.
because in the back and forth that I have to have very often, you look for where did the miscommunication happen, and the miscommunication tends to be in something that has a visual or a spatial component to it, not an oral component to it. Piano players and certain other instruments tend to get a better direct feel for the relationship. They tend to be more ear-oriented. But I tell you, this instrument and the bass lends itself to just teaching music in a visual way.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily agree that's a good thing,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. Well, it's interesting to hear that you think that there's a real major component. Because clearly, you see the dot pattern saying, oh, here's the chord, there's something that has to get transcribed at some point. But I would tend to think that, the best guitar players would have kind of left that imagery long before.
and I would argue, yes, the best.
Yeah.
Yes, the ones that are learning the instrument to the next level, absolutely. But the majority of the people I know, the majority of the people who are actually engaged in playing the instrument,
Yeah.
it's still pretty visual. And I mean, take a look at tabs, right? The entire notion of tabs is, I don't know what I'm doing. I know this pattern.
Yes.
That's how I play this song in this key on this instrument, right?
Yeah.
There's an entire,
Yeah, that I don't relate to tabs at all.
neither do I, but remember, it's like a major introduction, and not just introduction. I mean, that's the stopping
no, I
point,
understand. Yeah.
including bassists.
Yeah, I know.
So-
I know because that's how I steal songs. Is I go find it, and the only thing I have available is a tab. What do? I take my web tool and convert it.
And the thing, and that's
So
what
I mean, literally, I start. Okay, it says E string, third
Yes.
fret, bang.
okay, so I do
Oh fuck, it's a G.
right. So I do it without a tool.
Yeah.
I sit there going, third string, 3, 4, 2. And you hear it and I go, oh, that's this. Oh, that's an A. Oh, right. And then, so I'm doing the same thing.
Yeah. But then would you write it in
Yeah,
sheet
probably.
music?
I probably. No, well, no, I don't write sheet. I'll scratch an
Okay.
A. Well, funny story about that. So I was trying to work out arrangements with my old band, and there were only 2 of us in the band, right? So there's a lot of arranging, but most of it's just verbal. It's on the spot. We're just
Yeah.
But we do have to take notes. We have to scratch stuff down, or we figure something out with. And our system evolves over time, like most systems do, because
Yeah, yeah.
you know, we start off just writing out like this, and then eventually it's we need to record that sequence, and so we record what the actual notes are. We need a little bit more timing there, so, and eventually it's like, oh, they invented a system to do this. We both kind of read it.
Yeah.
What if we did that? What if we didn't tell anybody? And we just actually wrote notes once in a while.
Yeah, yeah.
You know. Hi.
And Tiger was way better at sight reading that stuff than I ever was. But
Yeah, at a certain point, it's like when you're filling lined paper with little scratch notes and trying, like, or we could just write it on the staff paper. Just what is that?
Well, you're familiar with Nashville notation.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, very much so.
But those are not notes; those are largely chord changes, aren't they?
So yeah, the major thing is I love natural relative notation. Right? So the idea is wherever you're playing, it's just the relative position. The problem is that while I adore it as the best version of showing the relationship between chords, I am not the quickest
Yeah, yeah.
at, like if it's in C, I'm okay.
Yeah, there you go.
If it's in A flat,
Somebody was telling me that their father was a professional musician in Nashville, decades ago, played the clarinet. And he literally, could be handed a piece of Nashville sheet music and told a key, and he just started playing the frickin' clarinet.
yeah,
Never having seen or heard the song,
right.
just play it through correctly the first time. It's just, pretty unbelievable.
I mean, that is, in theory, how it's supposed to work, right?
Yeah.
You're supposed to go, if one is B flat, then brain fill in the rest. And my brain says no.
Yeah.
And I have this argument where I go, but we've talked about this, we've worked on this a long time. It says, I'll fill in this one and this one, because I know there was a reason.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, but the two chords missing, that's gonna take work.
Yeah.
What I'm playing here, go away. And literally, I'm not good enough to do the thing I want to do, which live in the moment, which is why I tend to work it out a little bit ahead of time.
Yep.
I'm good enough to do 70% of it live in the moment, and then the bits that I feel are really important, please don't mess up this, because it's the thing everybody's listening for. That's when I'm like, shit, okay. It's a flatted two, is it this? Yes, and sometimes it's just, I think this is it. And that's embarrassing, because there are people who are better than I am at that, and they know.
Yeah.
They're just,
Yeah.
to them it's not a question.
Yeah. That's such a funny thing, though. You ever heard the guitar player Buckethead?
Yeah.
I can't imagine somebody that capable, right? And that sort of dry, so frickin' emotionless.
Yeah.
I don't, it's so funny. Obviously the guy has some emotional issues.
Well, and I know so many classical pianists
Yeah.
who are, I mean, I have listened to so many people who are so technically proficient, just amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
And somewhere along the way, the joie de vivre got sucked out of it. Because Mozart on the piano was pop music. Like that was lively, that was get him dancing stuff. Like that was get your blood going.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's fast, it's lively, and it flits about, and
Well, you get to have fun with it.
in theory.
Yeah.
And I was listening to somebody play a fast, lively, technically perfect Mozart thing, and that's what they were focusing on, was like, get it just. And at the same time, I'm like, if this was a smidgen looser, this would be fantastic. And as it is, I feel like I should just sit like this.
You need Benny Goodman to play it, huh?
You kid. There's a great old Danny Kaye movie in which he plays a musicologist who they've been cooped up for 10 years writing the ultimate music Bible.
Okay.
And some gangster's mall shows up and in one evening shows them that you guys don't, you've missed the jazz era.
Oh.
So Danny Kaye goes out and goes to the nightclubs and he's like, oh, comes back, says, we missed all this stuff, we gotta get all these people in. It's the whole premise of the movie.
Yeah.
Cheesy old 50s movie.
Yeah.
Benny Goodman plays one of the professors.
Ah.
He plays this staunch clarinetist.
Yeah.
I don't know anything. Let me listen to you. This is like young people's. It's a total.
Yeah.
It's fantastic because when Benny Goodman lets it out,
Yeah.
it lets it out. And he's surrounded by other names, all pretending not to be names. And so for me, I'm just like, yeah, this is great. But the thing it always showed me was, you know, Benny Goodman, who in my head is just some of my visuals that I remember, like this guy swung, like he was energetic.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But I'm watching him be
Yeah.
a staunch old professor and then let it out.
Yeah. I'll tell you a story about seeing, I don't know what you call it, but it was a classical program at the Bing Auditorium. About 5 or 6 years ago, Stanford built, kind of cost is no object, kind of,
Cool.
it's only seats like 100 or 200. And the whole thing is an oval, right? So the orchestra sits in one focus point of the oval, the ellipse, and then the building is kind of conical with a flat roof. So it's probably 80 or 100 feet to the flat roof, right, from the where the orchestra normally sits. Then there's seats all the way around. Not, there's towards the other center of the ellipse, right, is where most of the seats are, but there's seats all the way around it as well. And it's a pretty good thing. It's not tiny, but it's not monster. Anyhow, the acoustics are absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. It's the best that software can do. And for a year, for 2 years, I wanted to go there just to hear the acoustics, and closet audiophile and the like, so all the popular stuff that I would have wanted gone to was always booked out completely. So it's not just like a classical thing. Managed to book it in time, and we had seats almost at the one focus, the focus of the ellipse where the players were, but we were kind of slightly at an angle, back slightly behind it, and wonderful acoustics, wonderful instruments, wonderful players. These are mostly Stanford professors, and they're really, really good. All I could do when I left the thing is think, what a waste to attend. Well, because exactly the same thing. They were playing this stuff so cleanly, so correctly, and it was so difficult. And it's somehow, like you say, the life had gotten sucked out of it so badly that these guys had just okay, here we go. I was appalled, absolutely intrigued, and I had a tear in my eye when it ended. The violin player that's handicapped, Menuhin or
Okay.
there's a Jewish guy, slightly roundish. I don't know if he's alive anymore.
I think I'm seeing his face. Yeah.
But anyhow, just a stunning classical musician. And they were warming up for a concert. This was a documentary. And just for the fun of it, for like a minute and a half, they went into
Hi there. Come on in.
country fiddle,
Oh, nice.
and he was stunning.
Hey there.
Hi.
Come on in.
Hi.
What's your name?
You're Bodie.
Mostly. Who are
I'm
you?
Michael.
Wonderful.
My wife Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Hello.
Michael.
I'm about it.
I thought.
What do you play? You either one of you?
Oh, it's him, not
Guitar.
me.
Cool.
And I took you at your word that we're going to use studio instruments?
If you want to, you can.
Please.
Or if you brought your own guitar, it's fine.
Didn't bring it.
No, you can have anything on the wall,
Um,
or not on the wall. You can have access to anything.
Well, anything but.
Anything with the Traveler bass, which is not mine.
I play a Martin D35 with medium,
That's
Okay.
fantastic. You can have anything in the room.
so you know your guitar is better
If
than
you could
I
put
would.
What I would suggest is wander around the room, pick things up, see something that feels close to you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to help you when you say Martin D35 with mediums. I would be able to say that's got approximately the same strings, but it's going to be set really high if you don't like that action. A lot of people don't. I would say try that guy's thing. My friend Lucio keeps having to borrow that one because he forgets it for his gigs across the street. And the thing is, for some reason, I had that thing set really high. So it's from a recording session. I just never bothered to put it back on. And, oh, I had a buzz and cranked it all the way up. And every single time he comes back after 3 hours, he's like, I hate this guitar.
And he borrows it back.
And then he's like, I forgot my guitar. You can have that one. You try that one and you try that one. See. I'm gonna make a little noise here. Don't worry about it.
Were you just humming when I was just playing? Or whistling?
Possibly.
Sounded like it.
I don't. Stop. Do you play?
No,
You sing?
I do sing.
There's microphones.
I'm not with him today. Thanks.
Oh, yes. So, yeah, the classical violinist knew exactly what they,
Letting the country out.
yeah,
Yeah.
it was absolutely stunning. And it was kind of, from the cultural perspective, it's kind of the last thing I thought
Well,
he'd know how to do.
so I had a fellow come 4 years ago. And he was a vocal instructor at one of the university college, whatever.
Yeah.
And what he wanted, he brought a little mandolin. He wanted to play and sing bluegrass. That's his
Okay,
thing.
yeah.
But he was a choir, so he ran choirs.
Yeah.
And so he had rounded tones and proper posture and all this sort of stuff. And we're having a conversation. It's like, what do I do?
Yeah.
And I'm breaking all of these good habits. I'm telling him, like, this is what we're doing, right? Here's all these things you studied for years and years to make sure that you, and now we're
Yeah. Just to get the sound right.
the sound right.
Yeah.
There's a conversational aspect to it.
Yeah,
Smile a little, get your mouth a little flat. And what was funny is all these people were watching the hubris of teaching this vocal choir instructor. And that's why he came.
The wrong-
Like he's there going, oh yeah, I get it. Yeah, that sounds a lot more like yes it does.
Well, maybe-
Stop doing it right.
Maybe
That's
he
the
was
camera.
confused because he couldn't.
That's the camera.
Are you finding anything that fits?
I will try this one.
Cool. Let's. Do you want to sit or stand? What's your
Stand.
Okay. Do you sing while you?
Yeah.
Okay. If you don't mind, I'll just throw a little microphone on there too.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get you in a nice spot. Put this one up here. Wait. So we just kind of pointed somewhere around the 12th fret.
So you've been awake since noon,
We had people here till 3:30-ish, and when the last ones left, I said, "Oh, here I'm up," and then got up around 9:30. Started noodling.
so you're okay.
Fine. honestly, I'd be fine without this one too.
So this is Michael Sheehan. Carbon levels.
I'm working on that just now.
Listen to the wind blowing through the trees, whispering timeless secrets to your heart. Questions in your mind, lifted by the breeze, drift like falling leaves as they depart. Stars of Orion, twinkling in the midnight sky. Feelings tell me I remember. Answers how and reasons why. Listen to the sea pounding on the shore, a dance it's danced a billion times before. Sufferings in your soul, loosened by the sound, pour out on the ground and hurt no more. Stars of Orion, twinkling in the midnight sky. Feelings tell me I remember. Answers how and reasons why. Angels in a dream, friends you know are true, take you to a doorway through the sun. When you wake you'll know someone said to you, things you came to do can now be done. Stars of Orion,
said on the Meetup, don't play anything that you don't own the copyright to, but I've been watching, I've been seeing people doing covers, so.
Where's Buddy?
Oh, he's in his office.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's that issue.
Yeah, well, I don't do covers, so, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
not this,
Then you're good to go.
yeah. There's a tame dog to the left of me, a wild dog on my right. The tame dog studies all day long, the wild dog drinks all night. But if I try to talk to them, they just get in a fight. I surface from dark waters, a fixed identity. Slip past the rigid towers with wise uncertainty. A pilgrim through the mountains of spontaneity. And I see by the light, and I see by the light, and I see by the light of the moon in me. Defiant fingers let go from the window ledge he fell. I was a model student, the tame dog plainly yelled. But I could not find an exit sign from the disciplines of hell. I surfaced from dark waters of fixed identity. Slip past the rigid towers with wise uncertainty. A pilgrim to the mountains of spontaneity. And I see by the light, and I see by the light, and I see by the light of the moon in me. His choking vomit, his sleeping vomit choked him when he passed out on the bed. I showed you all a good time, the wild dog mildly said. But I never got to take a shot at the visions in my head. I surfaced from dark waters of fixed identity. Slip past the rigid towers
Still.
There were pictures of horses on the walls of the local cafe. I hadn't been there for ages, but I used to go every day. Hanging out with a passion to run wild with desire. Always hoping I'd meet someone who would help me to put out this raging fire. Like the boys in the alley, breaking the glass to set off false alarms. I ran from lover to lover, turning on and off to their charms. When I got what I wanted, I would find nothing there. In a manic depressive plane, I would fly too high, too fast, and crash in despair. Two explorers were wandering through the jungle, hopeless and scared. Each was feeling abandoned, searching for somebody who cared. When they met one another, each was sure he'd been found. But alone or together, you're still lost and you can't help but look around. Last night a lady was looking for a needle out on the street. The children helping said, lady, search that. Last night a lady was looking for a needle out on the street. The children helping said, lady, where exactly last did you see it? In the house where I dropped it, but the light is out here. Someone said you can't find it that way. Take the light inside and face your fear. All the people were talking in their stalls at the local cafe. Like the pictures of horses on the walls, they hang there every day. Captured spirits of freedom, too afraid to be real. Only freedom freedom there ever was is to say and do exactly what you feel.
I hate to interrupt. I need to do a technical thing if we're gonna keep this footage, which I want to do. So, pardon me while I reset the camera, and then we'll get back to it.
Yeah.
Seeing as we're just kind of noodling around for fun. Oops, wrong page.
That's a good time to get a drink of water.
Yeah. Yeah, my voice does not feel like it's at its best right now. I usually play late at night after a little
Oh, there we go.
wine lubrication.
Stop.